Good evening, everyone. I have a little black box. 1 second. How are you all doing, real quick? Let me sort this out. There we go. Oh, it's pointing way up. There we go. How are you all doing? What's up, Pato, Rain, Startend, and Tangfei? Been a while. Hope you're doing well. What's up, Drak? We're spelling my name with a C now? Seeds? Seeds! Also, clues. Turns out, Prosper is actually really easy to get, if it's the only thing you want in a gizmo. And also, it's really easy to level this thing up to 10. I think I put the, I made this thing about 4 hours ago, and I've not been pickpocketing particularly, religiously since then. So, pretty useful bag. I am definitely not disassembling it, though. It was a pain to make. I'm not making more of them. So we will 100% be siphoning instead of making new ones. Quick siphon on that, and level 35 invention. Ooh, charge drain and junk chance. Very, very nice. Quickly research all this stuff. So the plan for today is to finish off with all the stuff on Haven Hive, basically. I still need to go get the gloves. And I want to test out the fishing thing. I don't have 82 fishing, so it's not going to give me the best food compared to some stuff I can fish in, like, literally 1 level. But if it's quick food, then it might be worth considering. Okay, it's definitely not that one. Not that one. There we go. You've got most Rex for Prif done. The 2 agility levels. At that point, just go get Prif. What's stopping you? Okay, those 2 are probably in the completely wrong spot. There we go, another perfect in the bag. But you're thieving? I mean, thieving is good. I'm not going to tell you thieving isn't good, given, you know, you just saw me doing a lot of it. Oh, instant perfect on that one. I mean, if you ever want to run into me and you think I'm just AFKing, go to the Crux account nights on World 83, and I'm probably there. You Rain with a 30 stream streak, huge. Thank you very much for the continued support. Also, for those who haven't been in the stream before, Rain has redeemed something called Doris Tritos. There's a little rule that there's a half hour at the start of the stream where we wait until we give her those. So about half an hour into the stream, you guys will get to see the real streamer. And it doesn't matter what anyone tells you otherwise. She is the one that runs this place. Check on all the chins. My farming level is pretty much entirely down to these chins at this point. So all the work we did getting them from Hunter, 100% worth it. What are we keeping here? We keeping the sparkling one? Actually, no, you don't want spirit spiders, do you? You don't want spirit spiders. Because they don't give spider venom. I guess we'll keep the giver and just any old female. And then those two are adults, so they need to grow up one more stage. Check the trapper for our second yak, surely? It's a bit of a weird looking yak, but it's fine. Volatile chin? Is that... Have they even added that to the trapper's, what's it called? To the trapper's loot? Okay, check Kalia. Oh wait, no, collect from Kalia. 5 spiders, hello. So there is, someone asked about Kalia earlier. Basically, the way she works is that if your animal's in the breeding pen successfully breed, but the breeding pen is full, she will gain the animal as an unchecked version. Now, what this means is that it's not going to have any of the actual like traits associated with breeding. It's not going to have a better chance to have the same traits as the parent. It's not going to have the effects of like genetic mutation or genetic instability. It is basically just like getting a spider from the wild and just checking it. So I guess I should technically not put these back in there. Are we going beans mode with the spiders now? Is that what's going to happen? Like if we take these adolescent ones, we can start getting some beans really quick. Wait, did I check a spider? Oh, I'm assuming. Can night spiders... No, they do have egg stages. Oh, the egg's still in this. Okay. I'm just blind. Don't worry about it. So we'll take you out, put the eggs in. We have elder, adolescents we can sell for better beans, and then we'll check this fever spider egg and put an egg in there. Now we'll go sell all our spiders, and we're gonna get, I think I have to unfilter my chat message. We get 1,200 beans. Very, very nice. Large pen deed 2, I'll probably buy when we get the axe set up. Status icons, not really needed. I think I'm saving up for the herbicide and seedicide now. I guess technically I should go for the Master Farmer outfit. That might be better than the herbicide and seedicide. It is very much worth getting the farming outfit pieces from POF instead of just waiting on getting them. They take forever to just get naturally. Also, here's my current haul from the Trapper. Not the Arcane Apiterosol, we got that from BGH. We got a Black Dragon Egg from the Trapper, and we got a Fremenic Yak. And a full-faced ewe, which I was originally just going to be like, sheep, I don't need this. But I actually need one of each season of sheep. And I need to just stick them in the bank and leave them there for about half a year before we eventually make the Masterwork ranged armor. Or any. I think Masterwork magic as well. Yeah, we got one yak. I'm debating farming another one. Like, I need to get my combat stats up, right? It's not a bad idea to finish off the trifecta of the POF. The only problem is, like, the yak drop rate when it comes to chins is or not chins. When it comes to POF animals is terrible. Yeah, no cannon, no aggro pots. If we had aggro pots plus a dragon halberd, that would be pretty nice. I could... I mean, I've said it now in a video that I'm not going to boost anything with my main, right? So I can't just bring my main with aggro pots to cheese it. Or get the seasonal wheel and cheat it. Okay, yeah, that's also fair. But if I have fluff from all the sheep or some of the sheep already, then I don't need to do their season. But yeah, I should go get yaks. I just really am not looking forward to doing another low drop rate POF grind. I think I've been scarred. Will I do BGH? We've already done a bit of BGH. I don't have the levels to do BGH on Haven Hive. I think the lowest level thing there is 96 Hunter. Although that said, it might actually be worth doing a little bit of... It might actually be worth doing a little bit of BGH to get my Hunter level up. Actually, should we do that? Should we do that now while we're prepping? Should we go and sort out getting some what's it called? Juju farming potions. Evening, Verdom. How are you doing? Doris has heard me talking to you guys. It's over. You should have... When I was doing voiceover for the video, because I speak relatively similarly between stream and recording voice on video, but I'm basically just sitting here shouting at my screen, is all she could tell. So she came in and she stared at me like, can I have up and say hi? Because that means I get fed things. And I was like, I'm not streaming, Bubba. Huff. The absolute tood on that dog. Also, yes, I'm planting my seeds 2 at a time. It's not great for the longevity of the seed stack, considering right now I only really care about irrits. But you can start to see how many of the other seeds I'm building up. So as soon as I stop just doing irrits, then it will be an improvement. Or no, I will need it to actually get through the rest of the seeds. Like, going through all these spirit weed seeds is going to take me ages. Although I do have enough Cruxical favor to get the ability to plant 4 seeds. But I think at that point is where it's like, this actually isn't worth the extra seeds. So I'm saving the Cruxical favor. As for what I'm saving it for, yo, what's up, Dropping Bear? How does it? How goes it? It's going well. It's going well. I could buy the farming XP outfit. I'd have to remember to wear it though.
Please acknowledge her because she won't leave me alone.
The buckets thing is a nice quality of life, but not incredible. But the main thing I want first is Bountiful Harvest. You get 50% additional fruit from fruit trees and cactuses and bushes. And anyone who was here for the Zappy streams remembers how important fruit trees, cactuses, and bushes are. Hi, Doris. Have you come to join us on our farm run? Mwah. It does, yeah. You have to go to them. Once you've got 50 farming, you don't have to do Civil War, but once you've got 50 farming, you have to go and talk to those druids to start getting the favor and unlock the shop. It doesn't do it automatically. And as I mentioned in the video, you have to explain to them, you have to explain to druids of all people, that herbs are green and leafy. Hi. Oh, hello, Doris. So, yes? Yes, I know what you want. Now the question is, are you getting it? Oh yeah, I've started adding the Haven Hive herb patch into my runs.
It was redeemed 16 minutes ago.
Yes, but we are currently 21 minutes into the stream, and there's a half-hour grace period at the start to actually allow people to, arrive. Unfortunately, Doris...
you've got to sit there for 10 minutes.
Don't torment the puppy. Unfortunately, Doris...
She's a fucking gannet. She can deal with it.
Unfortunately, Doris is a bit smarter than that and can recognize when I'm talking to chat. Isn't that right, Doris?
Apart from when you're not talking to chat, she can't recognize that.
Well, all she knows is I'm talking at my monitor, and to her that means talking to chat. So, Doris. Doris. Since you've been thrust upon us, would you like some treats? Yes? Would you like some treats? Hi, Paul. Hi, Paul. Paul? Paul? Give me a fist bump. No, fist bump. Okay. There's. Which fist? You think this one? Yeah? This one? Yeah. Good girl. Good girl. Hey, Paul? Oh, did you drop it? Is the wrist stress falling over? Matt, you're lounging and getting... Look at this! Look at it. Is this not, like, the scene of the, like, of the Greek god just lounged out and getting fed grapes? Is this not what this is? Okay, this will be your last one, okay? One more. Hi, Paul? One hi, Paul? There you go. All gone. All gone. Yeah, we still didn't get you a comfy blankie or something. Should we ask Mummy for a blankie? Hey, Gig? May we have a blankie for the pom, please? Okay, while Doris is getting her blankie, should we go and get Juju farming potions? Which we need to go down here to get. Now, do I remember how to get down there? Is the question. So Juju farming potions, unlike the other potions, are actually better when they're not perfect Juju potions. I'm not going to bother with... That is a very big blankie. I meant a small one.
What small blankie? Every blankie she's been given is hooch.
Doris?
And quick. Go. Fresh ice packs on a blankie. Go. Fresh ice packs on a blankie.
Is that not comfy, Bubba?
You're just being a wuss.
It's okay. This dog lives better than you. The dog lives better than us. Don't worry.
Have we shown chat her Christmas pictures? Do we still have her Christmas pictures?
Yes, definitely we do. Now, did I ever put them in the Discord is the question.
I don't know.
Of course, as soon as I stop scrolling, it's Doris. We keep going. There's a lot of pet pics in the pet pics channel.
Another one?
This is Doris on the sofa.
Again. There's a lot of pictures around the sofa.
This is Doris getting caught stealing Gig's pillows.
Yep.
This is Doris after a fresh trim. If you want to see more pet pics, !Discord. Oh yeah, here's Doris with bat wings.
Fuck. We're not crazy puppy parents.
Boo.
Christmas!
Christmas palm. Doris taking her choo-choo for a walk? Did you take a choo-choo for a walk, Doris? Yeah. I'm sure the Christmas pictures are in here with her Christmas walk. They've got to be in here. Although it'd help if I wasn't looking at June.
Christmas palm! There it is. This was her Christmas. This was everything that she got for Christmas. She got the most presents out of everyone in the entire family. Both sides.
This isn't all from us.
No, it's not all from us. This is from like us, my mum, my grandmother. I think there was some stuff from my auntie as well. But yeah. She got the most presents out of everyone.
And don't worry, that chocolate is safe for puppies chocolate.
Yeah. Well, yeah, otherwise I wouldn't have put it in the whole picture. Chocolate.
Okay, I'm pretty sure we go down here. And then do we have to, like, go through this cave? Yes.
Oh. Oh. You look sleepy. So you Bubba.
Okay, if we... Oh, we have to chop them down first, huh? Who's a good girl? Okay, here it is. Herblore Habitat. This little mini-game was a cross between Hunter and Herblore. The Hunter part of it was absolutely atrocious. But we got Juju potions with it. Which were... At the time, they were kind of like overloads, but for skilling is the best way to describe them. Like 6-minute buff potions designed for skilling. You can buy a lot of Ugoon seeds. I'm not going to need that many. If I just get 2 for now. I'm going to need an Instagrow potion, aren't I? Let's buy a few teleport bags. I could Instagrow this potion, or I could just let it grow and then come gather this spot before doing my next herb run. That's probably a better idea. Yeah, I don't actually gain anything from Instagrowing this. It can't get diseased, so. Oh wait, did that not auto get composted? Oh, no, it didn't. I'm out of compost. That's not ideal. Anyway, that herb is used to make the... Wait, it is a goon used for farming potions, right? That's not the mining one. Please tell me that's not the mining one. Oh, Doris, did you need to sit on my keyboard, Bubba? We're now spinning. Come on. Come on, Bubba. Would you like some cuddles? There you go. That better? That better. Yeah. Okay. Buy buckets. So this is where bottomless compost would come in handy. Because I would just be able to take compost, give to the leprechaun. I still don't know why when you pay these leprechauns, they can't just take the compost from your compost bin. That would make way more sense to me. Like, I'm already paying you. Why do I have to also, you know, shovel the shit for you? But yeah, it would be quick. It would be a little convenient to spend all 10,000 of our Cruxical favor, so that we don't have to bring buckets. But like, this is kind of just a little bit of a chore we have to do every so often. Also, I need to, what's it called? I need to buy more pineapples to put in here as well. A bottomless bucket would be nice early game, like on old school. Oh, what? So you just take it all out into the one bucket and then it, like, doubles, right? It doubles every compost, super compost you put in it is 2 super compost when you use it on a patch or something like that. That would actually be kind of cool. That would be a good drop to put on, what's it called? That would be a good drop to put on Havenhive. I was about to say Valamore, but that's the wrong game. Okay. Since I've got the super compost, I'm just gonna go put it on the Ugoon real quick. Hey, Bob, you're a good girl. Yes, you are. And yes, in RS3 you can compost after you've planted something. Okay, so that's herb runs done. POF checked. Oh, I didn't buy the pineapples, did I? My instant tele charges feel a lot more impactful when it's 5 lore runes per teleport. For reference, a day's worth of Viswax, so 100 Viswax, was 1,000 teleports, which is now 5,000 lore runes. And previously, you would have put about 3,000 elemental runes into that, so it definitely adds up a bit. Also, 140 pineapple? That is... Shouldn't this be 280? It's 40 a day, right? Did I do my penguins yesterday and today? I did them yesterday. I haven't done them today. How many penguin points are we on? I'm still hoarding penguin points for later on in the herblore segment. I have 59 penguin points. Yo, what's up, Dawn? I'm doing very well, thank you. How are you doing? Yeah, it's 40 a day. Then why did it cap out at 140? Unless... Oh, did they halve his stock as well? Why would they halve the stock of pineapples, of all things? Oh, right, yes. Speaking of shops, there was a shop I wanted to talk about yesterday that I never ended up going to. Because I'm not sure how I feel about it yet. I'm gonna go check, see if I can upgrade the storehouse yet. No, I can't. Soon. We got shafted with Coden too? What, the guy who sells the samplings? Anyway, this shop got weekly stock. Oh, that's how I can solve this. I was about to say, how am I going to be able to buy from it, though? Because it's not going to be noted. That was a very bad search term to search for my gem bag. It's a weekly now, and you get half and less elders per week. Ew. Yeah, that's a shame. Anyway, so I can buy diamonds, put them in the bag. Buy rubies, put them in the bag. Buy emeralds, put them in the bag. Buy all that, put it in the bag. And then, can I put cut gems in the bag? I cannot. Get a statue bag so you can save. Oh, for the strange rocks. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be a good idea, wouldn't it? In terms of cut gems, the only ones I care about are diamonds and dragonstones. Part of me wants to care about emeralds because they make really efficient porter charges. But, like, later on, we're going to get absolutely showered in crystal keys, and we're just going to be making dragonstone necklace porters. So it's not really worth considering, I don't think. So yeah, that's now a fun little weekly shop to buy from. You have to bring a gem bag and do a bunch of bank runs. Okay. Are we gearing up getting back to Havenhive then? So, oh yeah, if I just take out my range preset, how screwed up is my range preset? I mean, it's just a chinning preset. It's not actually screwed up at all. Stick that on there so I don't randomly plank. Oh yeah, I wanted to upgrade the greatsword and test that out, didn't I? Should we go do that real quick? Who's a good girl? Yeah, I don't know how good the sword's gonna be at tier 60, but a tier 60 that does extra damage sounds like a good idea to me. And then that also means we can get up to 60 strength, which is might be the last requirement I need to go and do while Guthic sleeps. And then while Guthic sleeps is kind of gonna open the floodgates when it comes to herblore training. You okay, Bubba? And by floodgates, I mean the little stream dam. It's hardly floodgates, but we have plenty of herbs saved up to use. Okay, I don't remember how much of this we're gonna need, so I'll just get an inventory. It should go in the metal bank. Do you want to get down? Yeah. Yeah. Do you want to get down? Do you just want daddy cuddles? Is that what this is? Yeah, you just want cuddles. Okay, I will give you cuddles. Oh yeah, I can make another gemstone golem piece. So we could try and finish the ruby golem outfit. That'd be nice for when we go back to gate. Also, the camouflage outfit takes a while. I'm up to 36,000, but like out of 50,000 or 54,000? I'm like 2/3 of the way through making the outfit, and I'm almost 101 thieving. Yeah, they do have a cooldown. Technically, if you wanted to farm all the fragments, you should... Actually, I don't know if they share a cooldown. Like, if you get a gemstone golem fragments, does it then put all of the fragments on cooldown? Or just the gemstone golem ones? Bobo. She's a good girl. Are the ice packs nice? Yeah. You think Crux isn't that bad to do till 120 on an iron because of all the seeds? You're not wrong, but it's just like there's so much other stuff to do as well. Like, I know a lot of people that have been doing thieving early on, and I don't think many of them have just camped Cruxacow druids because there's so much of it, like, more interesting stuff. Whereas I'm very much all in on the, hey, I'm never going to have to target farm a specific seed again. Well, not again, but you get what I mean. Like, for a good few months, I'm going to be able to basically grow any herb I want. And to me, that's actually kind of high value, just knowing that if I want to grow a bunch of dwarf weeds, I can. Well, I guess dwarf weed's a bad example. Okay, we have the Haven Silver, so now we want to make the Greatsword, but... Oh, right, yeah, I need to talk to Liat about learning how to make this stuff more durable. Mastered creating a Greatsword, a relatively easier task. Father dabbled his hand trying to work the metal thinner and sharper, but his muttering mind got to him before he was ever able to teach. He wrote about it, and he just tossed his work out. Oh. Wait. So are there just pages all over the, Are there just pages everywhere? Is that what I just gathered from that? Because I'm not seeing any stairs down to a basement. Like, there's a ladder up, but nothing going down. Yeah, I don't see a basement, so... Is it literally just there's pages scattered around? And I have to go find them? Because if that's the case, I'm just looking those up on the wiki. Some things I have time for, not that. RuneScape wiki. Haven Silver. After the schematics are found in a chest. To receive the key, first talk to Liat about upgrading Haven Silver. Oh, okay, I have to go upstairs. I thought she said in the basement. Okay, there we go. There's the key. Torn scroll pieces. Thinned, folded not by strength, but by infusion with blood, and Oh, okay, this guy was going nuts via the sanguine and making a sword using blood. He's a good girl, Doris. To be found in a chest under the waterfall northeast of Ivar. So this waterfall. Wait, so you're going to have to use that agility shortcut and go there, right? Surely? Fairy Traders is your favorite pickpocketing spot? Do Arch for binding contracts screw Fairy? Yeah, archaeology professors would be nice. For sure, for sure. So apparently there's something underneath a waterfall? That looks like mineable rocks to me. I mean, it looks like mineable rocks, but it's not exactly very traversable, is it? Wait, a waterfall northeast of Ivar? I'm northwest. No wonder I can't find it. From 113, fairy traders might be goated for Starbloom seed chance. The seeds are insane, plus adrenaline crystals. Okay, the adrenaline crystals are interesting. So I'm assuming there's something going to be up that way at some point. We just can't go there yet. Master Farmer prints more Starbloom anyway. Master Farmers, for their thieving level, do give a shocking amount of Starbloom, yeah. Oh. I was catching up with chat, I swear. XP sucks, though. You're not wrong. Random crate, a trapdoor you can't use. I'm assuming the waterfall is down this way. Oh no, we're out of run energy. Wait, why is the path up here instead of walking around there? Oh god. This pathway is kinda jaggedy for how wide it looks. Key fits perfectly. Among some other junk, you find scrolls that detail how to work Haven silver into a more durable metal. Okay, now we go back. Hi. Hi. You're a good girl, baby. Yeah. You're a good girl. Of course you are. You're an excellent girl. Kinda sussy path. It is pretty wonky. Okay, let's go. Let's go upgrade this sword and see how much better it actually is, if at all. I guess I should probably hand the schematics in to the dwarf lady. Led you up to behind a waterfall to the northeast of here, found a chest, so he simply hid his work. Couldn't bring himself to get rid of it. Couldn't think of a better place for him to hide it. He was only ever himself up by that waterfall and tinkering in the forge. Huh. A very low heat and eventually inclusion of blood. Because it has iron in it? I guess. That's the only thing I could think. Did we get the gloves? No, we got a lot of this sanguine matter. Wait, can I destroy this now or do I need to still do something with it? Doesn't look like I need to do anything with it. Yeah, we killed a bunch of them a bunch of the mobs last night. We got 20 of the sanguine matter. So I'm going to upgrade the sword to tier 60 and see if it's any better than the crystal bow we've been using. If it's not much better, I will just keep killing them with the crystal bow because it's augmented and therefore we get invention experience. And invention XP is very useful right now. I care quite a lot about getting our invention level up. Things like Grace of the Elves, the auto screener. Even I guess we could use the familiar for the auto screening function. But Grace of the Elves would be very, very nice. Once we get Grace of the Elves, we can then also go and get Ancient Invention. Also, I wonder if the vampires in this zone aren't actually going to be susceptible to the Sun Spear. Like, is the Sun Spear made out of the same, like, super pure silver? And surely we're kind of killing the purity by alloying it with iron from blood. I don't know. I don't make the rules. I just question them. In there, right, Doris. Question the rules. See what you can get away with. Which for you is a lot. Isn't it? Yes, yes it is. Are you getting hot? You're on your ice packs. How are you getting hot when you're on your ice packs? Do you need to get down? Do you want to go to mommy? Yeah. Come on then. Come on then. Down you go. Go on then, Bubba. And I'll put these down there for you as well. Sorry, everyone. You're stuck with me. Oh, I did not use my eye drop before stream. That was... I might have to go and do that. So, Haven Silver Greatsword, +2. Tier 60. Range 1. I'm assuming not augmentable. Does it look any cooler? I mean, it looks kind of the same. So, let's go chuck on some melee gear. And then we'll go see how good this is against the... What's it called? Against the sanguine crawlers, I think they're called. There's the Amulet of Forsaken and the Fire Cape. And then grab some super pots. And some food. And we can't forget the drop cleaners as well. So herb bag, gem bag, and charming imp. And then preset 12 is our Revo bar for melee, which looks alright.
Don't need it. You've taken out too long ago.
Is she trying to con you out of taking her out again?
With how she behaved this morning, she ain't fucking getting it.
Gig is not in a good mood today.
No.
No poking the bear.
No.
You found the sword to be better than your Elder two-hander? I was testing it against a tier 70. That's like a tier 84. Or tier 85 if it's +5. Well, I guess we should swap Hurricane for what's it called? Oh yeah, I forgot this bug that they've introduced to melee. And of course someone's come here with a cannon. Well, the dream was short-lived. The sword is good though. The sword is good. But yeah, I'm gonna hop. No one wants to deal with cannon crashes. Where's the... I keep forgetting where the XP setting is. I got used playing with the other... What's it called? Playing with the classic UI and having the ability to change your XP just like in the side panel down here was way nicer. This guy's just using Necro. You can have 2 per world if you're not using like mega AoEs like Decimation and such. Am I missing anything on my action bar, guys? I've got Adaptive Strike, I've got Rend, I've got Fury. Is Punish even worth revoing? Yeah, the sword is good. It's definitely quite a bit better than the crystal bow was, let's put it that way. We are killing these much, much faster now. Now the question is, are we gonna get lucky or unlucky on the gloves? Don't actually know what the drop rate is yet. Oh yeah, I should probably use the potions I brought with me. Yeah, just looking at the XP rate, I was getting like 100k XP an hour with the crystal bow. This is 130 something k, so it's like 33% more damage than the crystal bow. At least so far. So if we're killing them quicker, means we get the gloves quicker. Also, I don't know if I actually needed to use the, what's it called? The super attack potion. Or if I would have been alright just using strength. I guess we'll see when the attack potion wears off what our accuracy is. I would assume a tier 60 sword against these guys is 100% accurate. Also, this little bush here is kind of like the most toxic little thing for running around this area and killing them. Man, not revoing my assaults is probably pretty bad for the DPS, not gonna lie. I might be better off just using Hurricane over assault. Oh yeah, especially for scenarios like this, where I end up with multiple on me. His Threads of Fate is like hitting stuff down here, even though there's stuff closer to him up there. Like they've moved. They have moved multiple times towards the west to try and not hit the stuff down here. I have noticed them trying to be a bro about it, and it just keeps targeting whatever it wants. Oh, I guess that's one problem with the with using Hurricane over Assault, is when I'm only hitting one mob, it does go on a big cooldown. Okay, Assault it is. Assault it is then. Hope you get your raccoon. Oh, the trash bandit. Yeah, it's, the thieving skilling pet is real nice. I'm a big fan. Did I do Falmon today? What's in the stock? I honestly completely forgot. We're past the point where I'm focusing a lot on necromancy, so Falmond is out of my mind. Also, yeah, this sword doesn't seem too bad. I'm half expecting a cannon to go down. Looking at that guy with all the cosmetics, that's a guy who's gonna place a cannon, right? Pretty bad stock. Greater Ensouled Bar. Oh yeah, it's the Ensouled Bar day. 100 Impure Essence and Extreme Necro Flask. I mean, the Extreme Necro Flask isn't too bad. Overload supplies are never a bad thing. Next week is Moonstone. Yeah, picking up a Moonstone pre Sanctum is always a worthwhile investment. Also, that guy's got more than half health, so I'll just... Never mind, he's on it now. I was gonna kill it so it just stop attacking and actually respawn, but they got to it. Yeah, we're getting like more than 50% kills per hour over the bow. So the tier 60 sword here is real good. And assuming you're doing boosted damage, that would make this actually pretty good, a pretty good way to train at 60 attack. You need like 2 extra after you get all jewelry? Wait, what are 2 for? I thought it was basically just the jewelry and that was it. Yeah, I'm very happy with this for a little bit of strength training. It ain't no abyss training, that's for sure. But it's good. There might be more content with moonstones in the future. Yeah, but by the time they consider adding that, we'll we'll have done Sanctum for the tier 95s, so also, I appreciate this. Well, Lady Gaga. I don't know. I don't know who they are, but I appreciate them. They have been over time just moving more and more west to try and stop Freds hitting the ones I'm killing. And it is noted and appreciated. You redeemed that literally right after I took a drink. You saw that. But yeah, I need to keep on top of hydrating today. My throat doesn't seem to be recovering very well from this weekend. Also, do I want to keep picking up the sanguine matter? I guess it's better to have it and not need it. Like, we're probably gonna need it for future quests, right? Like, if this stuff is used to make Haven Silver better, and one quest had us make a Haven Silver sword, the next quest, or one of the next quests, is probably going to have us make an even better weapon, which is probably going to involve this sanguine matter. What is our KC at? And has it been going up particularly quick? We ended yesterday around 411. Why am I looking through boss info? We're at 499, so we've already racked up. Oh Jesus, you just sent your skulls literally entirely over here. The amount of spread AoE Necro has compared to the other styles is kind of disgusting, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I swear skulls can jump like 10 tiles. Yeah, 500 kills, no, neither unique. I'm not that fussed about the seed. I mean, it's a cool pet, but I can live with or without a pet. Except Doris. Doris is irreplaceable. Also, yeah, we're at 100% accuracy, so we don't need the attack potions, only strength potions. The strength levels are going up, though. You get a day with Doris, is that what I said? I said Doris is irreplaceable. How did you get that from that? I suggest a visit to the doctor to get your ears checked out then. You're willing it into existence. Guys, I think Dark just said he's gonna try and steal my dog. I'm pretty sure Dark just admitted he is going to steal my dog. What should his punishment be for this transgression? No, that saying means, like, if you're gonna try it, if you think you're gonna try it, you should just do it instead. That's what that phrase means. Also 49 strength now. What happens first? 60 strength or the gloves? Surely the gloves, right? You think 60 strength? You don't think they're very common? I don't know. Yomi said he got like 2 pairs and 300 kills. That means they're like 1 in 150s. And we're just unlucky, that's all. It's not that he's spooned, we're just unlucky. Brother in Christ. Can your like, look at those skulls just jump like 20 tiles to hit the thing I'm fighting instead of attacking the thing next to them. 60 strength, but you'll have a seed. Holy early mods? What does the seed do? You plant it in this little patch here. And after 24 hours, it turns into a pet version of these guys. Yeah, I was gonna be doing combat regardless, whether it's these guys or Slayer or Abyss to super speed melee to Legends quest requirements. So we're not really changing what we're doing much. We're still working towards while Guthic sleeps right now. And man, those frickin' skulls. Why are they like that? Literally, all the mobs around here, and they just go meow all the way across the room. You got told off yesterday for not being around much, so you're here? Wait, if I just tell people off for not coming to stream, they'll come to stream out of pure guilt. Dark pattern tactic unlocked. Also, based on how much my XP rate went up when I drink super strengths, I think your strength level does matter quite a bit for melee. It might not unlock abilities anymore, but the damage difference is definitely noticeable. How do you check your KC on Slayer creatures again? You go to the Beast tab, Slayer creature kills, it's down here. 556 we're on. I mean, honestly, I just dropped the earth runes. Everything else is more useful. Not saying earth runes aren't going to be useful, but I can also buy thousands of them from shops every week now. But if I just keep getting more sanguine matter, then I'm going to end up having to bank at some point. Didn't realize that was a drop down. You got your gloves and seed in 461 off task. See, everyone around here's getting them quickly, so they must be common. I don't just have a bunch of spoons watching me and very happy they aren't on my unlucky side of the fence. Surely not. You know I only get spooned on old school? When did I get spooned on old school? You can try lying to me, Haraby, but I'm not taking Vanica tasks. Why this island doesn't have a Slayer Master is beyond me. It has an infestation problem. Apparently I've made a friend while AFK thieving. $482 sanguine crawlers would be needed to be killed for 60 strength. When we went to Bandos and kept getting drops every trip. No. You and Danny were getting drops every trip. I was just leeching off of your luck. You're in shock. You and Haraby are absolute slander masters. You know that, right? Absolute slander masters. Varlamore doesn't have a Slayer Master either. Hopefully Havenhive gets one when it expands. I just don't get the whole, like... these Sanguine Crawlers don't exist elsewhere in the world, right? So how does Vanica know about them to assign us them? Versus just, you know, the guy on the island whose job it is to keep the village safe telling us, hey, could you go help me deal with the local infestation of blood monsters? Okay, a Spirit Ruby is actually a useful drop, annoyingly. I hate the Spirit Gems because they just take up inventory space, but they are actually useful items. Each one of these is basically a drop of like 30 blue charms. He came exploring with the lodestone. Is it even established whether or not everyone has access to the lodestones or just particularly magically attuned people? Where on the map is Havenhive located? Just east of Mauritania. Well, I say just east. I think it's quite a bit away because it's like through monster-infested waters and storms and stuff. But when we showed up, it was a nice sunny day and no monsters in sight. So, rumors were rumors. Is it the place from Dragon Wilds? It's not. No, it's a different place. Assume if you built it to allow trade to come to Havenhive, then at least traders have access to them. Or maybe there's magical deliverymen. Maybe Magic Amazon is a Wizard's Tower corporation. You're expecting a more vampiric kind of setting? Don't worry, there's still more of this place to go. Although it's nice that the bridge supports for the bridge that we're going to be building there is the supports are already there for us. I wonder if there's actually like a lore reason why that's torn down, or if the bridge supports were just part of the natural environment while the bridge is like an asset on top of them. Super campiric. That is a new word. You've invented a new word. Congratulations. We have the magical delivery system, GPDT. Oh, what with Posty Pete? Not Posty Pete, it's a thing in Ardy? Yeah. The goth chick destroyed the bridges. I have a spicy take about what her role in all this is. I don't think the Sanguine is like some unknown phenomenon that's just ravaging the land randomly. I think either her or another member of her family, you know, put it here. As for which family? Probably Vita, right? Hence why there's the Ring of Vita from the other thieving mobs, from the Firewatch thieving mobs. I can't think of any other reason for Draken vampires to have a Ring of Vita on them. So the goth chick is a baddie? I mean, it was pretty much a guarantee, right? Man, those frickin' skulls. Trying to share spots with a necro is kind of toxic, not gonna lie. Skulls and Freds just do not care for proximity. Nubis melee weapon, Cypher Vita maybe? Well, we already have the tier 95 Scythe, so too late. Maybe it's a necromancy Scythe. What do you mean, no, we don't? Also, why would vampires drop a necromancy Scythe? That doesn't really make sense now I've thought about it for 2 seconds. Jimmican's Light is a tier 95 halberd range weapon, but is certainly not a Scythe. It is literally a Scythe in like every functional way. It just isn't a Scythe. Also, let's see what the wiki says it is. The weapon is classed as. Jimmican's Light. Is there no lore on the wiki about it? It's disappointing. It just says a two-handed melee weapon. And it's a halberd type weapon, so 2-tile melee two-hander. But it doesn't say if it's like a... What's it called? There's already a tier 100. Tumakan Shadow is already tier 100. It drops as tier 95, but you could use a shard on it to tier 100 it. Tumakan Shadow is tier nothing. Any reason you can't put stream in lower quality? I have no idea. I haven't configured anything to do with that. Did the weirdos finally stop cannoning? What, you mean the people who wanted their what's it called? Their Ultimate Slayer back? No, not yet. We had to halt worlds because someone just came and plonked a cannon down. And now we're trying to share with a Necroer, which is, I mean, they've been kind of a bro about it. Like they moved over to the west more and more to try and make it so Freds and stuff didn't keep hitting mobs over here. But Skulls just doesn't care. Like Skulls does not give a damn, and just keeps bouncing over here, which is kind of a shame, but meh. I mean, if I had a cannon, I would be cannoning them. I just, wouldn't crash someone with a cannon. That's just being toxic. There's not enough people, like, I don't think there's enough people killing them to merit crashing people. Last week you could go down to like 240. Is my voice just that much better than my gameplay? Not much of a bar, I know. Now, when you're on 4 clients, a 1080 stream kind of yoinks your CPU. That's fair. I haven't done combat since the update now. Is Necro a bit weaker? Not really. Necro didn't get changed much. I guess you lost Equilibrium Aura, but you now have the Equilibrium perk on gear, which kind of slaps. Relative to the other styles, without full BIS gear and all that kind of stuff, like earlier game, the other styles got brought up. And I mean, it's debatable that melee is still very up. But I think if they were to nerf it again, Reddit would have a meltdown. Also, people finally seem to have woken up on range actually being decent. Been seeing Luca do some kind of disgusting things at Vorkath with range, if I'm gonna be honest. If anything, Necro got stronger with the change to skulls. The change to skulls wasn't a buff if you had adrenaline renewals. If you didn't have adrenaline renewals, then it was a buff. But if you had renewals, it didn't change anything. You can't bring yourself to learn the rework system. It's so much better, though. Breaking 2010 RS rules by multi-logging? Wait, was multi-logging really against the rules back then? Clearly, I never paid attention to that. Yeah, I don't really remember multi-logging, but I also only remember having one account until like 2013, 2014 time. So like wouldn't have really made an impact anyway, I guess. It's still against TOS if you make them interact in mini games. I have no idea if that's true or not, but wait. When did I use an ult in Face Punch? I'm calling BS on that one. God damn it. You know, I forgot how annoying it is to try and, like, to grind for something you have no idea what the drop rate is. Just kind of sitting here killing them, like, I don't know if I've killed enough yet. Like, should I be expectant? Should I be, you know, should I be patient? Am I over drop rate? Am I under? Like, it literally doesn't matter, right? Because the drop rate is the drop rate. There's no, knowing it doesn't change it. But it at least allows you to set expectations. Whereas now I'm just kind of blindly killing them and hoping, like... And I'm just basically, like, hoping that the drop rate off task isn't something like 1 in 10,000 or something stupid. Such as rigging the result of a mini-game. Wait, multi-logged accounts must not interact with each other to gain an unfair advantage in gameplay. Does that include using aggression potions to group up mobs for another account to AoE down? Asking for a friend, of course. Well, that's 54 strength. 6 levels to go until strength wins the bet. I don't know what strength gets as a prize, but not a pair of gloves. You're pretty sure even the Jags anti-cheating team don't know that rule exists. You'd think they'd get training on that front. We are at 700. How on earth did you guys have the gloves, or something in Yobi's case, multiple gloves and the seed in 500? I am calling shenaniganry. Literally, I got a pair of Cinderbanes quicker than this. Waiting for Harrowby to pipe up and say that my Cinderbane luck was bullshit, though. There it is. Knew it was coming. Regardless, you're getting good combat XP. You're not wrong about it being good combat XP. The problem is it's still a third of what the Abyss dishes out. Admittedly, the Abyss isn't dropping... I mean... The Abyss doesn't drop the gloves, I guess. Is about as good as I can go with that. And whatever Oaken keys give us. I just need to bank. I need food and... I need food and my inventory's full. You happy with Crux Nights and watching crit? I'm glad I can make your evening / day. You think the keys could be used on Rax's chest? Does Rax consent to this? Do they have an altar? I don't think there's an altar in Wenderwick. Oh, Raz's house. Dark and Harrowby are talking... Dark and Harrowby are talking old school leagues, I see. Yo, Faisok. Wait, you're ending stream already? I was about to say you're ending stream already. I don't know how long you've been live for. But thank you very much for the raid, dude. I hope you are doing well. Welcome in to the Hardcore Iron Man. Yo, Mr. Shampoo. Been a little bit. I hope you're doing well. Hope you and the wifey are both doing well. A cool 14 hours. Yeah, it's a chill, easy 14 hours for the big man, ain't it? Yeah, I'm gonna just see if I can find a different world. Nope. Definitely not this one. Hello, Pebbles. Yeah, welcome to the Hardcore, everybody. We are currently trying to get ourselves a pair of Vampyrism gloves. Also, for anyone wondering, the tier 60 greatsword is actually worth making. This thing is pretty dang good. What's the plan? I mean, the plan's get the gloves. I haven't really thought too much past that. But I also want to check out the fishing place. See if it's actually a decent source of food or if it's just kind of, you know, busy work. I got lots of other stuff to do during my AFK time, so if I can get fish quickly instead of spending AFK time doing that, then that sounds pretty good to me. 13 hours of Crux Nights left. I'm assuming that's an XP calc. You did the fishing, could see it being viable, but not too sure. What's the drop rates on gloves? Do we know? We have no idea. A couple people in chat have had it at decent rates. I think someone had 2 pairs in like 400 kills. I think it was Rain who had seed and gloves in 500. I've been here over 700 and I've seen neither. So, I don't know what the rates are. Not favorable to me is all I know. I choose to believe that everyone else went on rate and I'm just being a bit unlucky. What did you get up to on your IN today? Also, I wish that these guys were given by a Slayer Master that wasn't otherwise terrible. Vanica and Majna just have really bad tasks. And I just don't want to do them. I genuinely don't know if it's worth holding on to all this sanguine matter, to be honest. It might end up being, it might end up not being. I mean, does it disassemble into anything? No, apparently I can't disassemble a glob of blood. Who would have thunk it? Rune javelins? Is that an RDT drop? Wait, do these guys even have access to the RDT? $55 strength, 5 more levels to go on that front. Huh. Yeah, the javelins are RDT. They're not in the drop table on the wiki. Oh, and there's the 2 Farther key, so yes, they have access to the RDT. I wonder if we're gonna get the XP rates, not XP rates, the drop rates released for these guys. It would be appreciated. But probably not until next Monday at the earliest. What is the... Oh, wait, no, I know what the benefit is. I was about to say, what's the benefit of withholding the rate? And this is gonna sound really cynical. But the benefit of withholding the rate is that if they screw it up in either direction, they can tweak it. That's why you would withhold it. You're gonna go play Valheim? I need to play Valheim again. I haven't played it in quite a while. Actually, I think the last thing I remember with Valheim was we got one shot by a bunch of mosquitoes and we couldn't be bothered going and getting our stuff back because the zone that the mosquitoes were in wasn't like particularly implemented at that point. So it was kind of like, let's go just check out the zone, new zone before it's actually like, before we wrap up and wait for them to actually finish the zone and then play it. And yeah, we got killed by mosquitoes and that was the end of that. Oh, god dang it. Misclicked empty instead of use. Valheim is very pog. You'd play it through again if people wanted to. Community Valheim server go. Used to play Ark Survival a good bit, but Valheim looks way better. I never was able to get anyone to play Ark with. And all those kind of games are like, if you're not playing them with friends, then it's kind of lonely, you know? And on the note of playing those kind of games with friends, Dragon Wilds update on the 31st. Gig and I have a world in Dragon Wilds along with Techie. So I wonder if we end up streaming that for a little bit. You don't play solo? You're not against Dragon Wilds sometime either? Dragon Wilds is very, very solid. I don't know if I can say like good, because we played Dragon Wilds and got to the end of the what was at the time the new zone of Dragon Wilds. And after playing that, we were like, oh, but that kind of like that gave us the itch to actually play a survival crafter game. But there wasn't enough of it to scratch the itch as well. So we were like, you know what? We'll go try Enshrouded as well, because people spoke pretty highly of that one. And oh my god, Enshrouded is like, what's the best analogy for Enshrouded? It's like going from how's the best way to put this? Basically, just everything is like so much more like in depth with Enshrouded. Like, there's so much detail in that game. It definitely like Enshrouded kind of had the thing that when we were playing the earlier zones in Enshrouded, they all felt like awesome. And then it kind of got to the point where we caught up with where they were developing and started playing the zones that were like half finished / still had some stuff to be added. And when you're not playing each zone in those kind of games, or like each biome in those kind of games as like a complete experience, and you're just playing like a bit of them and then moving on to the next one because the rest of it's not done yet, they drop off hard. They drop off hard. So Enshrouded was like amazing for the first like 4 or 5 regions we played. And I think when we got to like the Snowy Mountain region, it was basically like, okay, there's a lot of stuff here that's not finished, but for some reason the devs already moved on to the next region. So it's basically like you go there, do one thing, and move straight on to the next region. It was kind of weird. You love Enshrouded? Only the animals don't have a gender. Hey, after dealing with the POF in RS3, that's a blessing in disguise. Also, everyone has a yak army in that game for sure. But yeah, Dragon Wilds, like the initial part of Dragon Wilds was like very, oh, okay, this is your typical survivor crafter with a bit of a RuneScape skin on it, right? That's what the first zone feels like in Dragon Wilds. The first post-launch zone, however, they started doing their own thing with it, and like actually doing things that make it feel like its own game rather than just another game with a RuneScape skin. And it was really enjoyable. Like I enjoyed that I forget what it's called, Fell Hollow? I think the zone's called Fell Hollow. I enjoyed Fell Hollow more than all the other zones combined. Man, we got free Oh, it's Flame Hydra. What's up, dude? I'm assuming you're going for gloves too. If so, good luck, good luck. I was about to say we got a whole free people farming up this world. Have we slayed the dragon and Enshrouded? Yes. Yes, that fight was mean. Especially scaled to 3 people. I've heard that it's a bit more lenient if you fight it solo. Most you've seen there at once was 4? Or what, in this low area, yeah. I kind of wish that they, instead of just having it be 1, big area, there was like a bit more, like it was like broken into like actual segments properly with like some kind of walls / logs or something, basically, so that if someone put down a cannon, it didn't claim the entire world, you know. You've done it solo, but damn, yeah, we've really wanted to do it 3 players, and like the whole thing of like having to stun the dragon, and like when you're solo, you can I think you can kill it in like 6 downs or something with level appropriate gear. In a group, that is not happening. So we ended up using so many stun arrows on that thing. As someone who's someone who claimed a world with a cannon that's completely fair. Yeah, it's just one of the things that, like, when old school releases a Slayer mob, right? Like, sure, this is a low-level Slayer mob, and like in literally 1 week's time, it's not gonna matter at all. But the thing is, most people are engaging with it in its current state. So even though you say, oh, it'll be fine in a week, it's just an initial pain point of the first week or whatever, right? Even though it's like a pain point for the first week or whatever, it will sort itself out. And it's kind of just sitting there like, yeah, it's a pain point for the first few weeks because everyone's going there in the first week. Which also means everyone's experience of it is the pain version. so why not just make it not pain? And just, you know. Obviously, old school has a lot simpler environment, so when they want to design things to be rooms, they literally just carve out a few rooms out of a rock, and that's their environment. But yeah, it would be nice if things were designed to be done like they're added to be a Slayer mob, right? So design them as a Slayer mob. Which means giving, you know, plenty of space to fight them. Not just like one small little bit. I get why thematically, like lore kind of wise, I get why this is the way it is. Because the Sanguine is literally like in a cave underneath us, right? But yeah, it's almost like I'd have preferred they put these in caves so they could have rooms. Because, like, what are you going to do? Crash the price of the gloves? The gloves that are designed to be, like, cheap, low-level gear to help low levels have access to a source of sustain. I don't think those having a low price tag and not being a chase item is necessarily a bad thing. But also, again, like I said, it's literally not going to be a problem in a week's time. It's barely a problem now. It's just most people, you know, rushed there on release, and it would have been real bad for them. Is Ring of Death a priority to get for Hardcore Iron? I would say so. So the difference between Ring of Death and Ring of Life is Ring of Life has the potential to save you from a DC. It does. It has the potential to save you from a DC, and the chance of it saving you from that is basically just can the mob hit more than 10% of your health consistently? If it can, then it's a very big toss-up whether or not it's actually going to teleport you out. As soon as the mob / boss or whatever is hitting like 2500s, the Ring of Life stops being particularly good at all, because it's just the chance of it actually saving you is like approaching 0 rapidly. And at that point, you want to use a Ring of Death. Now, if you discount the factor of DCing. A Ring of Death is better than a Ring of Life in that if you make a mistake that gets you absolutely just blasted, like you stand in something you shouldn't have, or don't use resonance on the beam at Glacier, stuff like that, right? Ring of Death will save you, and then you'll have to either teleport or I think some bosses you can clear the Ring of Death bleed by phasing. So Ring of Death is more likely to save you. Ring of Life can potentially save you from a DC. And when the mobs hit low, like in the Abyss, the Ring of Life is better. Because the thing you're gonna die to in the Abyss is either AFKing so hard and forgetting you left a hardcore logged in, or DCing. But they hit low enough that the Ring of Life is gonna proc. So it will get you out of those situations. You can't randomly take like 6k damage in the Abyss. So they have the Ring of Life and Ring of Death have different values or different applications. So yeah, I would get a Ring of Death before any other Hydrix item on an iron. I think I might get on a hardcore, sorry. I think I would probably get Reaper's Choice before the Ring of Death though. What sword am I using? Oh, you have turbo. Okay, so I can't answer that. The sword is a Haven Silver Greatsword +2. It's a sword you make during a quest in this area, and then you upgrade it using this Sanguine Matter and more Haven Silver. It's basically a tier 60 two-handed weapon that does extra damage against these guys. I'm doing more damage. I'm doing about 50% more damage to these guys with this weapon than I was with a crystal bow, which is tier 70. So it's actually pretty good. Now, I don't know why you would ever kill these for any kind of like benefit other than getting the gloves. But getting this sword and coming here and training on these guys for some like relatively early game melee stats is actually kind of good. Not great. I'd be much better off with my Dragon Halberd in the Abyss. But right now, the Abyss doesn't drop. Well, it's never going to. But yeah, the Abyss doesn't drop gloves that have healing. It is the upgraded sword. Yeah, it's upgraded as much as we can right now. In total, you need 15 of this Sanguine Matter. And I think it's another 10 or so Haven Silver. Welcome back. Welcome back from the ads. Yeah, the sword is pretty good. Although I don't know why these level 35s hit as hard as they do, by the way. Like, they've got hands. It's just another one of those random mobs that you look at the level and it's like, oh, that guy should be fine. And then suddenly it's half health to you and you're just there like, oh, never mind, I need an inventory of food to fight these guys. Yeah, I'm currently training strength up to 60 for while Guthic sleeps. And then I'll be swapping over to attack trading because I've got a Varix Flail waiting at 70 attack. And I don't believe Varix Flail requires you to also have 70 strength. I'm pretty sure that's just Torag's Hammer. Do we know what the seed does yet? Yeah, if you plant it in this patch here, and then come back 24 hours later, it turns into a pet. You can get these guys as a, like, the model of these guys as a pet. I wish I had one waiting for me, but I'm currently at 875 kills. So I'm starting to think that chat stole all the luck from this place. Where'd you get the seed? These guys drop it as a rare drop. Down here. You get the seed killing these guys so long as your name is... I've seen some people with some pretty silly KCs before they got both the seeds and gloves, so... I'm thinking you and Yomi just got pretty lucky, Rain, if I'm gonna be honest. Dude, go get some... No, Fizok's a machine, man. The guy's unstoppable. Although I'm definitely guilty of that, of being like, hey, I'm gonna raid and like go get some sleep. And then I'll just hang out in the chat of the person I raid for like nearly an hour, just randomly chatting. It's like, I was supposed to go to bed. Instead, I've watched Beej until 2 in the morning as he's writing names all over his face. Good times, good times. Am I done? If you ask if I'm done with the hedgehog boss, I ain't even touched that guy. I don't really have a reason to kill the boss, to be honest. Still here, it's a 1 in 250 for the gloves and 1 in 512 for the seed. Just get the drop. You know, those rates actually sound reasonable. So I genuinely don't know if it's like some kind of crowdsourced thing and it's actually accurate, or if you're just pulling my leg. Because both are reasonable options in my mind. Yeah, the only unique is the pet and the commons are bad. Yeah, the commons didn't look great. Ivar looks a little better. Also, he drops like what, 40k per air XP over the first 100 kills, which isn't bad when you're only sitting at 130k. It's not particularly amazing. Like, if you look at my thieving level, I'm pretty close to 102 thieving. And then all I need to do is get the 72 agility. We go do heists, do 500 loot runs, and we'll start getting a load of Infernal Ashes, right? Hi, Clarice. It has been a while. Hope you're doing well. Hope you've been keeping well. Snapegrass, Limps, and Renar seed. Oh, well, from Ivar? I think his name's Ivar, right? Yeah, these guys don't have particularly amazing commons. The charms are kind of... I mean, the charms are early Slayer mob charms, so, like, I'm not really gonna dunk on them too bad for that. But otherwise, it's like, the amount of runes they drop is kind of... tiny. Like, they drop decent runes in terrible quantities. And it's kind of the same for the Congealed Blood. The Congealed Blood is worth picking up and stocking up on, but it's not, like, worth coming here to farm. Which I guess might be the point, actually, thinking about it. Yeah, that's 58 strength. We literally don't unlock anything by strength levels anymore other than quest requirements. And, like, a few pieces of gear, like the aforementioned Torag's hammer. Used to have to grind both of these up quite equally around these levels to get access to all your abilities. You're alive? Computer died waiting to get it today. I hope it comes back in good shape. Also agreed. Yeah, when it comes to like, Gig spends most of her like creative energy and stuff like to do all the artwork and stuff she does. She needs her computer and all her like peripherals and stuff, right? So Gig was feeling really bad that she needed a new keyboard a while back. So she didn't tell me that some of her keys started misbehaving and just like stopped responding properly. This was a while ago, mind. And the keyboard she had had since like 2013 or something. Like when we first started dating, I went and visited hers and built her a computer, and that was like her first computer, so her first keyboard, like that keyboard from all the way back then. We've been together like 13 years now at this point. So her keyboard's broken, and I sit down to do something at her computer, and I start using the keyboard, and it's like, some of your keys aren't typing consistently. And she's like, oh yeah, that happened a while ago. It's fine though. It's like, pick a keyboard. There's like no point just sitting there and struggling with it. Just learned we could attune the Nature's Amulet to the Havenhive patch. How many charges does a Nature's Amulet have? Also, don't you need to make it with something that isn't just a gold bar and... You need to make a magic string by spinning magic roots. Okay, now I remember why I CBA with that thing. Yeah, I can grow the magic tree, but it's like... If it's a limited use item that has a certain number of charges, and I have to keep making more of them and keep getting... Wait, does it have... Does it have charges? It's unlimited. Oh. I'm assuming you can only have one of them though, right? Like if you bind it, it's character data, not item data, right? So even if you made multiple, you'd still only have the one bind? But if it's unlimited teleports, then okay, it might actually be worth making one of those. I just need to go see if I have a magic seed. Because I would if I make one of those, then what's it called? If I make one, then I can just bind the Trollheim herb patch and actually do 8 herb patches, because currently I really CBA running up to that herb patch every time I do a herb run. I genuinely didn't expect that thing to be unlimited, I'm not gonna lie. You never even considered trying to make 2? Should we try it for funsies? I imagine you could just bind every herb patch and you just have like 6 of them in the inventory for your herb run. Get to Livid Farm, mate. It's 3 times faster now. I don't think I have the magic level to do all the activities on Livid Farm. I also don't have the magic level to use all the spells from Livid Farm. So, for a... not temporary, but like... well, actually, no, it wouldn't even be temporary, because as soon as I get the Trollheim Herb Patch teleport, which I think is like level 91 or something, magic to use. As soon as I get that, I just bind it to somewhere else instead. Players can only have 1 amulet of nature at a time. If a player tries to enchant another pre-nature amulet, they'll be given the message, the spell will not work on the amulet while you already possess. Fair enough. Apparently, amulets of nature are like puppies, and they're very possessive. Doris hates when we say hi to other puppies. She gets all like, that's my mummy. You leave her alone, that's my mummy. It is cute, but also... she is a very clingy puppy. But also she feels very safe with us, so... That's actually... it's actually been, like, Gig and I were talking about this earlier. It's been a very, like, big, like, happiness point for us with Doris, is that she is comfortable here, because when we first brought her home, like, she didn't seem comfortable when we picked her up. She didn't seem comfortable when we brought her home. And we were kind of there like, okay, is this dog, like, is this dog, like, not gonna be able to be comfortable, like... and at first she seemed very, you know, very wary of here. And, I mean, like I've told in the past, she used to, you know, she had her space on the sofa, and she very much, like, she made her, like, we gave her her own, you know, her own space, and she very much stuck to it. But no, over time she's gotten way more comfortable, way more vocal, way more sassy. Which, to be honest, she's a pom. She's gonna be sassy. That's kind of like... it's kind of a sign that, you know, she's still a pom. Yeah, she got a lot more comfortable over time. But yeah, now she's very now she's very, like, clingy and jealous when it comes to me and Gig. You know, I'm starting to think that Yomi may have been baiting me by claiming it was a 1 in 250 for these things. Surely I'm not just going quadruple the rate on something again, right? Surely it's just actually something much more sensible. Like, I don't know, 1 in... is 1 in 1500 a sensible number for a mob this low level? Like, low level mobs, you have to think, like, you out level them. While you're like farming the mob for a drop or something, you're out leveling it. So ideally you should get the item before that becomes a thing. Like the I heard there's some drop rate concerns with Ivar where assuming you go on rate for his maul. Like, say you start killing him at like 40 attack or something, and you go on rate for his weapon. Apparently you almost reach 70 attack by that point. Because of how much XP he gives compared to the drop rate. It's like, that's incredible. It's just insane. By the time you could reasonably expect to have gotten a weapon drop, you could equip something 20 tiers better. Wazzy was saying that? That's probably where I picked that up then. Game isn't made for irons? It's not, but you can already buy tier 50 weapons. So adding another tradable tier 50 weapon to the game doesn't add something for mains. Like, the boss drops a rune two-hander that you can equip at level 40. That's the long and short of it. That is not something that is incredible for mains. Actually, I guess for like a whole 10 minutes it might be. But like, honestly, even irons, on an iron you can buy a tier 50 halberd for 2,000 coins. That's what the weapon's competing with. This boss drop is competing with something you can buy for 2,000 coins. Like, it's fighting an uphill battle. So it's gotta put a good foot forward. Is the TLDR. Like, these gloves are a different story. At this point in the game, on this account, unless I went and got the Vampyrism aura, which is something they're removing, which is why I'm not using it, etc., etc. There isn't a comparison item for this. This is a relatively unique effect at this point in the game. So these being a bit of a grind is kind of like, eh. Like, I'm definitely starting to out-level the mob. Like, I've gone from 40 to 60 strength so far. And I also gained, like, free ranged levels, I think, when I was killing them yesterday. Also, I should probably bank. You know what? I'm gonna wager that the Oaken Key is more interesting to me than more of this sanguine goop. You wonder if the Vamp glove stacks with Chin, what healing with its max, like, do you think its max is per hit splat or per like attack? I mean, I guess all you can do is test it out, right? I'm assuming most high-level players picked up those gloves, found out about the healing cap, and immediately put them on the G. It says per hit on the wiki. Then it's probably per hit, so Chins would be very good. I mean, Chins are probably one of the best use cases for them. Like, you'd think, oh, melee, you can hit loads of mobs with a halberd. But when you actually use Hurricane, you hit everything, you know, once or twice. But it also dies. It's just like, it's one big hit and just wipes everything out rather than like being loads of little hits that you can heal from. So Chins might end up being pretty good. Also, it might be useful with like the corruption abilities for Slayer and stuff. Hurricane resets are fun indeed, yeah. What I usually find with hurricane resets in AoE situations is if you don't manually use it, you'll hurricane once, wipe everything out, and hurricane again, hitting like one guy. So then it goes on cooldown anyway. So you have to... I think you have to manually use that if you want to get peak usage of it. Yo, what's up, Shulker? Well, if it ain't crit you? What have I done? What have I done for that? For that? That greeting. What sword am I using? This is a Haven Silver Greatsword +2. It is a tier 60 silver weapon, which I think means it's gonna work against the vampires in temple trekking? That might actually be quite nice. Because currently, my only other option for that is a Dark Light, which is like a tier 20 single-hand weapon. So this might actually be quite nice for temple trekking. Assuming it works. But yeah, you upgrade it with the sanguine matter that you get from these guys. And currently it only goes up to +2, but I'm assuming we're gonna... I'm kind of assuming that Haven Hive is gonna be like a self-contained sort of like a self-contained progression area. Like, okay, I'll be honest. There's gonna be people, there's gonna be creators who are gonna make Haven Hive locked accounts. It happened with Varlamore, it's gonna happen here. Make that work. Just, you don't need to give them a massive hand or literally handhold them so that the account's, you know, super free or whatever. Those series are way more interesting when there's a bit of resistance, right? Now, things need to be possible, but there should be a bit of, like, there should be a cost to having locked yourself to the island, is the TLDR of it. That's what makes interesting narratives. A second mainland? I don't know if it's big enough to be a mainland. One thing to note about this place is that the scale theory of this compared to, say, Falador or Lumbridge, it feels very different. Like, this island and the village in it don't feel like they've been shrunk as much as, like, a city of Falador or Lumbridge would have been. Also, whatever there's a town between Falador and Lumbridge that isn't actually there in game, but is there in lore. I forget what it's called. But that city is just like, the scale theory of the world is such that city doesn't even fit. Pup said he's making one. See? Already creators announcing that they're going to be making one. I mean, it's not really an idea that, you know, someone can steal, and it's not like that idea holds all the what's it called, all the cards when it comes to that series. It's very much loads of people are gonna do it. Someone's gonna do it well. Isn't it Limdim? That sounds like a very nice noodle dish. You think you might actually quest today? Yo, what's up, Beach? Did you get your scripture? No? Oh man. Back to the gate with you. You want it? I'm gonna be going back relatively soon for the dowser. I want to get some upgrades to make it a little smoother, because there were some rough kills when I was doing it. But now I have now I actually have a consistent source of food. I should really go back and get the dowser, and I have the AT divination to actually use the dowser. Is another thing. The thing is, I don't like going to that boss aiming for a specific unique. Going there really early is nice because the amount of things that the boss offered that was nice was like made it feel super worth it. It made it feel like even when I was killing it and not getting uniques, it didn't matter. I was getting everything else. I've now got a decent stack of the commons, and sure, the energy isn't gonna last me forever, which is why I'm gonna need to go back there and get the dowser so I can start gathering my own energy. Yeah, these law runes are less valuable to me than a crimson charm. Oh goddamn, so much sanguine matter. Your dowser's probably the favorite upgrade on the account so far. If I never have to gather an incandescent energy without a dowser, I will be able to die a happy hardcore. I mean, I won't be a very happy hardcore. I'll be a very sad iron, but you know. You get the point. Oh, there we go. Strength 60 happened before the gloves. And now I've hit that. I've realized I missed the opportunity to do a sick gamba over that. Oh well. Win some, you lose some, or in this case, don't play at all. Making porters doesn't feel like homework anymore. I mean, that's why I just have all the memory shards from thieving, dude. Oh yeah, you should see my like my little baby iron preset for thieving. Actually, do I have it as a do I have it in the screenshot, Shen? Yeah, I do. Oh my god, it's so tiny. What is this, a preset for ants? But I got a, what's it called? I went and made the like super basic thieving bag and put oh, I forgot what the name of the relic's called now. Not relic. Perk. Prosper. That's it. I made the like super low level bag and just put Prosper on it. That thing gets XP so quickly. I might just end up training invention with thieving. No one will believe you? What did you do?
Stick.
You tossed her stick. Okay, I'm believing you so far.
Landed like that on the carpet.
Well, considering it won't even stay like that on my desk, I'm now very not believing you.
Well, she just chomped on it.
Ah.
It landed like that.
Doris saw it. Doris can be your, what's it called? Your witness.
I'll never ever achieve that again in my life.
You need to get on the thieving grind? You definitely do. I need to do more of it. Yes.
Yeah.
There you go. Enjoy. Is she having... Wait, she's having her stick already? Why? Was she being an absolute menace again? We can have a thieving date soon? Really? You're gonna phrase it like that with the wifey standing here? It's fine. Gigs used to be me. Gigs used to be being stolen by other men. Sorry, Mum, you heard nothing. Rush 80 div for memory shards, thieving until 99 for shards, out arc until 84 to 120 thieving. I mean, you could arc until 86, do gate to get the 80 div for memory shards, and then go for thieving 120. And then you have sticky fingers the entire way. Sure, you have to do 86 archaeology without porters, but... honestly, rushing 80 div is not that much of a sentence anymore. Without, what's it called? Without access to brilliant energies by another source. Actually, how do I best phrase this? So, if you wanted to do engrams, like more than one prestige of engrams, you had to kill Telos, and you had to do wildy events, and... wait, is luminous energy only from gate? Yeah, but I got 80, divination from Gate, Tengfei. When I unlocked Gate, I had like 46 divination. So, I didn't have access to porters at all. Pretty sure you got 99 divination from wildy events and dailies. Ooh, daily skip. You know how vindicating it feels to be on the winning side of history on that thing? I remember every single stream on Zappy. When the tree was coming up, the chat would light up. Dude, go tree, don't miss tree. Dude, tree in 5, tree in 15, tree now, go. And then when I would just ignore, him and just keep doing whatever I was doing, it would just be like, dude, you're not going to tree, why are you not going to tree? It's like oh, Merchant on World 69. Yeah. See, here's the thing. I got like 3 annihilations, a decimation, and 3 Dark Onyx cores from the wildy events that I did do on Zappy. And I still hated them. So I feel super vindicated on that front. Yeah, it was stupidly OP. Also the XP. Like, if I was just doing tree every day on this account, I wouldn't need to do any fire making for the vampire quest lines at this point. Or woodcutting. I'd also probably have 80 prayer by now. And the bank would be chock full of energies, magic logs, salamanders, chins, back bolts. You know, just all the wildy supplies just in droves. Uh, 1200 wildy events and you got 1 core? Okay. This is this is a dangerous game I'm about to play. You have to divide this number by 3, okay? Because when you complete a tree, it counts as completing 3 events because it has 3 stages. Okay, I'm not finding anything good. Oh, did they remove the quick chat? They removed the Wildy Flash event quick chat. Let's just say it wasn't at the cap. I think in total I did about 200 trees. No, that's not right. I must have done the div event and the star at some point. My quick chat was about 600. But that can't have been 200 trees because I didn't play the. I don't think I played the account for 200. Actually, no, I did. I did play it for 200 days. I'm trying to wager how many trees I did. If I was gonna hazard a guess, probably around about like 150. So I was definitely a bit spooned when it came to worldy events, which made the fact that I kept avoiding them very, very frustrating to people. Because like, oh, I don't need to go to tree. I've already got my free cores. I had my free cores. I had my decimation for killing. What's it called? For killing Hydrix dragons for my Slayer method. I didn't need to go to worldy events anymore after that. And now I don't need to go to them ever again. So if you ever wanted to know that my enjoyment of the game was not attached to my luck, then look no further than that and my Hellway grind. Because Jesus Christ, if I have to kill another 1100 Hellway for a Psyware wand again. I mean, I don't. Is kind of... It's a bit of a sad truth that I don't need to kill 1100 Hellware again. But at least I'm not going to have to go through that again. Because we're just going to get the staff from thieving, right? We're just going to get the staff and the bow from thieving. And we're going to get tons and tons of other supplies again. Honestly, the heist loot table is just... mwah. Just like Gate. Everything that has good commons, I just want to do it all. Aren't Psyware comps needed for something? Yeah, but you don't need to get a wand specifically for Psyware comps. Like, my drop rate of uniques wasn't bad at Hellware. I just got 4 orbs, 5 crests before I got a wand. Wait, no, it wasn't 5 crests. Was it 6 crests? Are we reminiscing about the old iron already? You know what needs better commons is Raziel? Yeah, that guy's a stinker when it comes to commons, ain't he? Just scav for them? That's true. Although you want to save your scav 4 RNG for what's it called? For Nox comps. Is this your main now? Do you play another account? I mean, this is my old iron, which is still a member just because it had the my old iron was like my main account at the time. I wasn't playing a main because of all the MTX and all that kind of stuff. So when I was given like creator membership, it went on that account and it still seems to have it for some reason. I don't know why. I'm not paying for it though. But yeah, how did Hellware go? So this was my Hellware log. To get a wand. Also, I don't need to worry about polluting the clip, like the recording clip of getting the drop for the YouTube video, because I'm smart and I have a clean version of the game being recorded in the background. Pretty lucky in general. awfully unlucky on the wand. Because this was with max rep the whole time. So 1 in 256 for a wand. So not great RNG on the wand there. Considering the wand was the thing that, you know, allowed me to move on to the next grind, that was kind of unlucky. But then all the rest of the drops are just like, yeah, you can't really complain about it. Do I always play with a circular map? No, this account. This account's UI used to look like this. After playing with the classic UI for a month, I went back to that UI to, like, I was going to change it up and start using it again. And it felt very claustrophobic compared to just having a few panels down here and the actions bar, the action bar here. So I just kind of made like a little classic plus UI, I guess. Is the best way I could think to describe it. Yo, what's up, Jenkers? You locked a little bit till you're done with bingo for the day? Fair, fair. These boys are not playing ball with us today. 1140. Two pieces left for Skekka wand. Not bad, not bad. They fixed the Hypno wand, by the way. The Hypno wand now works on the new new BGH mobs. Let's fix that RNG. I don't even know if it's bad RNG or if it's just this is what the drop rate of these is supposed to be. I don't know how many levels you should expect to be expected to get killing these guys before you get the item that helps you with training. And also, it really doesn't help that the Sanguine Matter icon looks like red Cinderbanes. Or at least a singular red Cinderbane. It is probably better on task, yeah, but the Slayer Masters that give these guys as tasks have massively bloated task tables, and most of them are garbage. So I'm not going through that just to. I'm not going through that, TLDR. I'd much rather just kill these off task. Like we've been saying, they've been given decent XP. The commons, whatever. I mean, the commons are bad, kind of on purpose, I would imagine. Like, they're not awful commons, but there's nothing like you would come here and farm the mobs for. Like, there's nothing dropped in the quantity that makes them a good farm. Which is probably intended, because if someone new comes along and finds out about the gloves and someone says, hey, yeah, go kill those sanguine crawlers to get them, you don't want to show up and people be cannoning these guys for congealed blood, you know? The UI you enjoys in your screenshots? Oh, is that an ultra-wide UI? Yeah, like you just have basically a pillar over here and a nice open game area. Problem is I have an ultra-wide. I can't play RuneScape on it because, you know, stream and recording want to be 1080p. Like my ultrawide's here. And it has an arm so it can move onto my desk, but yeah, it's mostly just a sim rig monitor now. That is a hefty resolution though. That mine is not that. Mine is not that resolution. Oops. Are you okay? 1 second. Okay, Doris is okay. She she started choking on her. She has a flap, a collapsed trachea, so sometimes she chokes on like a flap in her throat. She was doing that, so I just helped her out. Every time you see someone with an ultra-wide monitor playing full screen RuneLite? Full screen RuneLite. When I was using RuneLite, that thing was at 1600 by 900. Old school does not get better with size. Heck, even this what's it called? Even this I'm playing in a I'm not playing full screen. I'm playing in a window in the middle of my monitor. Oh, I didn't use my eye drops earlier. That's why my eye is starting to... Okay. That's not good. I'm gonna need to... Once we bank here, I'm gonna need to stand up for a few minutes to sort myself out, do my eye drops and stuff. Your laptop screen... For your laptop, full screen is not optional for RS3. Yeah, that's understandable. There was a period of time where I set up just the ultra wide on my desk. So I got rid of my main monitor, got rid of my side monitor, just had the ultra wide, and it felt like a really nice, much more minimal, clutter-free setup. And I mean, I got used to playing WoW in it. But yeah, having the two as completely separate monitors has some perks. Bank for food, the servers aren't messing around. Fine. Well, I just got food, so. $127K till 95 thieving, huge. Honestly, I don't even know how long it took to go from 90 to 99 thieving at those Crux Druids, given I basically just did it while editing. Like, I was probably not 100% efficient. Well, I almost certainly wasn't 100% efficient. And I very much lost track of time. But it was a very good thing to have on the side. Doing the wildy patch every 80 minutes, that is some min-maxing on the core. That is filthy work. Actually, when we bank, I'll, actually, when are my ads? If the ads are soon TM, then I'll go bank when the ads are playing. And I'll sort out my eye drops and stuff. Um, 6 minutes. Okay. So we'll kill these for another 6 minutes. Go bank. Ads will play. After ads, our Ugun should have grown. So we can go harvest that. And if we get a little hunter level boost, you're fuck's sake. Ugun! Doesn't sound any better, does it? Well, it's not pronounced Ugun. Ugune? Actually, is it like Ardoin and it's pronounced Ugoin or something? Uh. It's spelled exactly as I said it. Also, I've oh, were we about to get cannoned? No, we're about to get ring-a-lifed. I was gonna teleport after that kill, but hey, we got teleported straight to the bank. Convenient. Do 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 do. You guys are panicking, but you know what this is, right? How am I enjoying Haven Hive? Well, I mean, currently I've just been killing the same dang thing over and over and over again, not knowing when it's gonna drop its what's it called? Wait, what do I need for diamond? Oh, diamond's earth. Yaguni. Yagaun. Or Yagane. Yugane? Nah. Ugun. Bing. Okay, so ads are gonna play. Just say goonweed? Absolutely not. Wait, I just said it. So ads are about to play. I'm gonna go sort my eye drops out and stuff, and then we're gonna go sort out some. We're gonna go sort out some juju farming potions, clipped and shipped. Oh. You know, I'll be back in a. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Oh, I see. My parting makes me look like I'm balding in the middle of my head. Okay, we're back. We're back. Got the eye drops in. So, first thing I want to do is, do I have a magic seed? You're freaking kidding. How do I not have a magic seed? I guess I'm not making that amulet yet. Where on earth would I... I normally have one of these by now. Why do I not? Oh, because it comes from the rare drop table. Yeah. I don't have the placeholder. Looking at this, it doesn't look like there's any... Actually, there might be a way to get it. There might be a way to get it. If I go to the kingdom real quick. Actually, I've just noticed the second better way. You're looking at the mystical teleport seed? Oh, the 21 mystical sand seeds. Yeah. Bird's nest plus seeds. Surely there's one in here, right? Yes, there we go. So plant that, water that. Grab one of our 19 supreme growth potions. So that's, what's it called? That's the magic root, so... nature amulet. Did you get the seeds from druids? Currently 6 hours dry. The druids have a very low drop rate of the mystical sand seed. I did them for many hours. The wiki is very wrong. Let's put it this way. The wiki has the Cruxical hood at 1 in 50k. It has the mystical sand seed at 1 in 800. I got 2 of the hoods and like 4 of the potions before I got a single sand seed. So the rate has to be wrong. Like getting 1 hood before the sand seed, okay, that could just be a random luck streak. Getting 2 of them, we're talking a luck event that is so improbable that it's just like not even worth considering that it's a possibility. Okay, how do we make a pre-nature amulet? Emerald amulet unstrung. How long have I had this account for? 38 days? I think. At least 30 minutes. Yeah, that's accurate. Just over a month, basically. And there's the stats if you wanna call me out as being a slacker. Okay, Emerald Amulet. We need magic string, which means we need magic roots. Plant a magic seed in a tree patch, chop down a tree to a stump after it's grown. You may then use a spade on the stump to dig up the tree roots, clearing the patch and putting the magic roots into the player's inventory. Okay. Do the magic tree in Falador? Because it's a task. Thank you, Drak. Nice progress. Thank you, thank you. If you want the TLDR of the first 25 days, exclamation mark hardcore Iron Man or HCIM will give you the rundown in the form of a YouTube video. Anyway, magic sapling in the patch, supreme growth potion. Check health and chop chop. They increased the magic level requirement. They increased the woodcutting level requirement for magic trees. Okay. It must. I'm gonna check this because I remember magic trees being 75. Yeah, 19th of June 2023 increased the required woodcutting level from 75 to 80. Pain. It's 75 on old school? Yeah, that's why well, I'm not going to say that. That's why I thought it was that. It's just that's what it was in RS2, etc. as well, right? I said magic because I'm talking about a magic tree. That's all it was. Okay. Quickly lobby. Log back in. One, 2, 3, +5. Ah, it's a +4. 1, 2, 3, +5. That was a +6. Now we just gotta hope we actually chop it down in the time we have the boost for. I guess magic logs on the account for Desert Treasure, if I didn't already have them. Although I need 12, and if this thing lasts 12 logs, I'm in trouble. I really should put a timer up. Yeah, I'm gonna lobby. Ah, dang it. Where is it? This thing. Okay. So if I lobby and log back in at the start of a minute, magic tree is 80 on RS3. Now this timer is basically telling me, like, if basically when this timer hits about 50 seconds, I log out, and then I log back in when it's a 0, and just keep doing that. Then eventually this thing will be cleared. Eventually this thing will be cleared. God, this is... You're about to ask why not make woodcutting potions? My herb lore level was probably a problem. Look at the legs not moving while the RS3 makes some dumb changes. This is definitely one of the changes of all time, I will say. Your boy is lobby logging to chop a magic tree. If that's not peak gameplay, I don't know what is. Man, those legs are absolutely solid. Like, rock solid. Well, there's one freaking generous magic tree. I've chopped 6 logs off the dang thing. There's a woodcutting override that makes it more realistic. If it's just a better woodcutting animation, shouldn't that just be the baseline? You'd think. 7 logs. Okay, we might be doing Desert Treasure after all. Next thing you're gonna tell me that when you log out, your planted trees refresh their what's it called? Refresh their lives. But I like how if I was actually trying to train woodcutting, this would be dead in like 1 log. Why change it when you could just sell? They can just sell you the better one. Payers always win, don't they? We've had the same. Wait, my leg's fixed. They're now actually moving. What? Jagex just hotfixed the wood chopping animation. Also, okay, genuine question. Is lobbying causing this tree to refresh its lives? Because if so, I'm gonna be here a while. I've got 13 magic logs off this thing. Thought you knew it refreshed? No, I'm lobbying to refresh my buff, not to refresh the tree. Yo, Lucio, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate that. How you doing? How you doing? Get 80 this way? Oh man. You press follow every time you join? Okay, I'll stop thanking you for it. Should have brought a log box. My log box is you. It doesn't hold magic logs. Personal problems? Oh my god. Time to get 90 fletching and make the magic log box. I mean, it's 80 fletching, but also... No. No thanks. If this is actually, like, restoring all its lives every time I log in, I'm not going to be able to chop it down in a minute. Finally! There we go. 1 magic root. That was more stressful than it needed to be. Okay, now I put it in a compost bin, right? No, I need to use it on a spinning wheel. I could use it for an anti-poison plus. That seems like a good use of my time just now. Yo, what's up, Stinky Tommy? How you doing? How you doing? Okay, magic string on the Emerald Amulet for pre-nature amulet. Give it an enchant. And that is 1 amulet of nature. Not currently bound to a farming patch. Okay, so we get our farming preset out. We need Juju, Juju teleport bag. Actually, we should probably put the wieldy sword on. I'd say put the explorer's ring on, but surely I just put the ring of life on, because if I die doing a farm run, like, I'm never living that one down. Yeah, so that one goes there, that one goes there. And then we want to wear the Amulet of Nature. Okay, we should be good. So update that. How would you die? I don't know, and I don't want to know. So 2 laws, 2 fires. And we'll start by going up to Trollheim and binding this patch, and also just planting a couple irrits. We'll bind this patch, plant a couple irrits, and then we need to go and get marble vines. Which is going to involve getting a hunter buff. You're thinking of getting the farmer outfit from the POF bean packages? Yeah. Yeah, do it. That's how I plan on getting it. So we just use... You successfully bound me to this herb patch. So if I wear, and then... Really? There's no right-click teleport option when you're wearing it. What kind of decision-making is that? Try hotbarring it? No, it'll just rub it. Because that was the first... what's it called? Because that's the first, option. But if you right-click in your inventory, you have the teleport option right there. So Juju Farming Potion, Marble Vine with Ubun. Yeah, stick those in there. Now, we have 7 of them, so we need at least 7 Marble Vines. And I'm pretty sure Marble Vines are stackable. So from you, I buy 5 of your box traps. Then I go to Ooglog. Seven of what? These herbs that make farming juju potions, huh? Wait, actually. Text to speech. Okay. Who are we picking? Ollie.
Dear team.
Wait. Is this a fucking paid product? I literally just want something where I type it in. Nope. Fuck's sake. My fucking gut. I thought you...
Yubian. 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 Yubian.
That sounds like shit. Okay, where's the... Which one's the mud buff? Is it that one over here? Is this one over here? Yep, that looks like mud to me. Google Translate? Can I translate from English to English, even though it's definitely not a...
Yugun. Yugun.
Yeah. Apparently that was correct. Okay, there we go. That should be a boosted hunter level, 87. Let's go. So if we pop on over to Anachronia. Immediately dropped. What the I'm not happy, okay? Not happy that it immediately dropped. Wait, these are igneous. Is it igneous to drop marble? Yes, it is. Yo, what's up, car guy? How is it going? We're doing fun Iron Man things, like gathering vines from Jadinkos for potion making. I don't know if I've put these in particularly good places. And I can't shoot these guys to make them go in any quicker. It's fine. I don't need I don't need that many of them. I only need 7, so. Also, how do you say this herb's name? Okay, you can't just spell it with a space. That's cheating. Uggoon. Uggoon? You want to hear copium? I tried to get more spines for BGH2 and they kept wandering everywhere but the traps. What, Grenville spikes? Also, why are these guys like... Okay, there we go. They're actually getting caught now. Do you have baitless, Do you have the ability to catch Grenvilles baitless? Huh. I'm assuming Grenvilles aren't one of the ones you can forcibly respawn. Oh, okay, I have hit my time limit. We got 6. That'll do. I didn't buy the vials. So we come to Papa Mambo, we buy 7 Juju vials of water, we clean all the herbs, which we can't do old school style. Make potions. I saved a lot of those herbs, Jesus. Okay, there we go. 7 Juju farming potions. We just get 33% more herbs when we drink. That's it. Now pay. No. Why would I make the potion worse? Oh yeah, something stupid is the Amulet of Nature has a teleport option when you right click in your inventory. If you wear it, it loses that right click option. So very dumb. So very, very dumb. But yeah, the perfect potion, for those who don't know, instead of giving you more herbs, it gives you harmony moss, which you then need to make more perfect potions. Which means I need harmony moss to make the perfect. For perfect gave both? Does it? I'm pretty sure it only gives perfect Juju farming potion. Nope. The perfect plus gives the effects of all perfect Juju potions for 4 hours. Did you know you can go through the bent? Wait, you can? I didn't know that, no. But the reason I'm starting here is because this one's the furthest run from any teleport. So we drink the potion. We gather the irrits. We cry about our inventory space. So we're now going to have, 8 herb patches. Don't got green fingers? I'm not using any auras on this account. They're removing auras, so I'm just not using them. I did the same thing with dailies. They announced what they were doing to remove all the dailies, so I just didn't do any of that stuff. That way, when I upload the video, inevitably after the Dailyscape stuff was removed, it's not instantly outdated. Even though I still managed to do something that was sprung on us as gonna be changing, unfortunately. Which was the, what's it called? The archaeology collection that's no longer going to be giving Dungeoneering tokens when they rework Dungeoneering. Which is annoying, but like I couldn't have known, so I'm not going to beat myself up about that one. I could, like, if anyone could have predicted a Dungeoneering rework coming, After all the, no, we can't touch dungeoneering. It's this, like, monstrous mess in the corner that no one wants to do any dev work on. And then they're just like, you know what? We're just gonna do a whole rework, and I'm just there like, you what? Where's the time they will do that? In a couple months. The initial blogs come out like basically as they start like looking into stuff, and basically just tell the community what they're currently thinking before they even do any of the changes, and they see if people lose their shit. Okay, so I've done the Havenhive, RD, Catherby, Port Phasmatis. So after this one, I need to do the Falador patch. Then Wildy, then Garden of Carid. They remove, people complain, they bring tokens back, surely? I mean, not necessarily. People have been complaining about a lot of the stuff they've been changing, and a lot of the times it's just suck it up. Oh, that would make that easier, wouldn't it? Okay, then we go to the Garden of Carid spot. So in total, we have Havenhive, RD, Catherby. 1 plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have 8 herb spots growing irids now. Plus we're getting 33% extra from the Juju farming potion. So we just got 122 irids. And that's not even including the last spot we go to up here, because this one wasn't actually grown. So that'd probably be like another like 18 maybe. But so we're looking at like 140 irids every time we do a farm run now. In exchange for 16 irid seeds. So I'm going to be doing a lot of pickpocketing, that's for sure. And then the Morchella mushrooms I just do when I remember to start building up at least some of those. I don't have many of the seeds, so I'm not super concerned about them until we actually start getting a good amount of them, which I think is probably when we do Vias. Am I multi-seeding? I'm planting 2 seeds at a time, yeah. Hey look, another Gloomshroom Zygamite. That's number 2 of those. Why not 7 times? I don't even think 4 times is worth it. And someone could probably argue me and convince me that 1 times is the superior way to do it. But yeah, this is why I'm planting 2 seeds at a time. Because while my irit stack is not particularly impressive, because I have 1,200 of them already, the rest of my seed stacks are starting to grow quite healthy. And at some point, I'm gonna need to actually work my way through these. And if I'm planting 1 seed at a time, we're gonna be here for literal years. Yeah, I have the seed saving thing. Is anything above 1 seed just generally bad overall? I would argue 2 is not too bad. basically the way this works is when you plant the seed, like if you just plant the seed and don't do anything else, it has a minimum yield of 3, which means every time you pick from it, you have a chance to consume a life from the herb or from the patch, and when it runs out of lives, it's gone. So that ends up being its minimum yield. It's basically how many lives it has. Boosts to that are super compost gives you +2, so 5 minimum yield. Planting a second seed also gives you +2, so now you're up to 7. And then the magical secateurs from Fairy Tale gives you like a 10% chance to not consume a life when you... Yeah, the wiki's got a calculator for it as well. But basically, 2 per patch is going to help me actually go through my seeds. And it's basically like double super composting the patches, is the TLDR of it. Whereas going from 5 to 7 is like a 40% increase in herbs for a double seed cost. Not great for like super rare seeds. Like if there's a seed you have very few of, you probably don't want to use it for that. But seeds you have hundreds of seems alright, because you're trading having to do less farm runs. Well, having to do your farm runs less religiously in order to, but you're still getting a good bit of the extra herbs from doing it. So if I did like 2 farm runs, planting 1 at a time, it would be better than doing 1 farm run with this, sure. But also, like, I'm not gonna keep up doing farm runs literally every 60 minutes with speedy growth, to be honest. And yeah, these ones are just kind of nutty. Like, plant power tier 4 gives you plant 10 seeds and you get 1.5 herbs per seed minimum, which is great if you have an absolute ton of the seed. Like, say you've done a load of Hellware and have a load of Lantadymes. Even then, I probably wouldn't plant 10 at a time. But, yeah, it gets massively diminishing returns. I'm of the opinion that plant power tier 1, if you're getting a load of seeds from somewhere, like, say you're doing what I'm doing and just training thieving at Crux account nights all the time, as my, like, main AFK thing, that I think plant power tier 1 is worth it. If you don't have many seeds, just plant 1 at a time. How's RS3D these days? I'm having a lot of fun with it. I'm having a lot of fun with it indeed. Okay, we've had our little break. We have had our little break. Let's get back to it. And yes, I'll clean the bank at some point. I don't know when some point is, but it will happen eventually. Okay, grab the drop cleaners. Any more strength potions? Yep, got some strength potions. And grab some food. Get some prayer as well. Good shit if iron. Main got boring. I just always end up falling into the trap of what's it called? I just always end up falling into the trap of like GP per hour when it comes to main. I look at something, it's like, it's not that much GP an hour. And then I end up like not doing anything. Whereas on an iron, everything I'm doing is for specific items, so. And when you get those items, instead of just getting a bit of bank value, you actually get some nice progress. You get, like, you get a certain drop, and you get to do more content as a result of getting that drop, which feels really, really nice. How's the combat rework feeling? Pretty good, pretty good. I'm enjoying it. Obviously, right now we're just revoing because, you know, we're killing a Slayer mob. Slayer mob is revo time. But I don't know, like, oh, I've only played like super early game, but early game is significantly better than it was before. So plus on that front. Now, I've not played super late game. You'd need to ask someone like Car Guy or something for how that's going. But early game, significantly better. You're having a lot of fun as well on your own, but you had to find a item to get into. Oh, a rhythm, sorry. So many small things to do and a lot of stuff to do for it. Yeah, getting a little, like, rhythm or habit is good. Like, fortunately, like, dailies were kind of... How do I put this? Dailies kind of forced you into a rhythm, but if I told you that it didn't get boring when every stream started with, like, 40 minutes of me doing my rune shop runs and all that kind of jazz. Like, I'd be lying if I said I missed that. I don't miss that. That was easily the worst part of when we were doing Sanctum, just having to hit the rune shops every single day to get our daily allowance of combat. Admittedly, the rune problem isn't actually any better now. If we went to Sanctum and I used up all my runes, I would then have to go and buy runes from the shop every single day again. So that's not actually solved. So we do need to come up with an actual solution. I guess it's actually worse in terms of runes because they shredded the Wicked Hood. There's still a daily task list. I mean, my dailies are basically check on the POF and do a herb run. And then I do more herb runs throughout the day because my herb runs are currently super beneficial for my current goals, which is getting 80 herb lore. Barely use any runes now? I mean, depending on what you're doing. You do herb runs, hour of AFK, herb run, and repeat. If I would, I'm not that religious with it. Literally, when I'm when I'm pickpocketing Cruxa Cow Druids, if I end up looking at the game for more than just like a millisecond to re-click the druid, then I'll take a quick glance at the herb patch. And if the herb's grown, then I'll debate doing a herb run in that moment. But also the thing is I'm growing irrits. And if I were doing herb runs super religiously, I would be out of seeds. Because it's just not possible to get those seeds in a quantity to use them every single hour. Maybe by killing moss giants with a cannon or something somewhere you could. But I much prefer just, you know, do like 2 or 3 herb runs a day. I'm getting over 100 herbs per run now, so. Although I have made it so my herb run is a lot longer and a bit more to keep track of, which then means I'm less likely to want to keep doing them. Because if it's like, oh, will I do a herb run quickly? And it's like, oh, I need to bank, and now it's going to be like a whole, like, 6-7 minute fiasco of getting to the first herb patch, popping the potion, teleporting everywhere, and I'll just be like, I'll just keep AFKing and not Not bother. Oh, for fuck's sake. Kids, the lot of you. Also, why is so much of the sanguine matter dropping? Just drop the dang gloves. Free me. You don't have the gloves yet? Nope. I know they're not task only. Another spirit ruby? I mean, it's 30 blue charms, basically. Shall I bring a cannon to help? I hate it here. You have 200 Onyx charms from combining everything? If you have that many, surely they came from MTX, right? Those gloves are really bad? Not when they're your literal only source of healing other than food. Wait, why would I keep lore runes over blood runes? Blood runes are so much more valuable. We are talking 180p for 180 HP for 9 targets with chins. Up from 0. Up from 0 is the point you gotta remember. Like, I'm not talking that thing's gonna revolutionize killing a boss and, like, make it so I can do Flesh Hatcher Mechadars with 0 food. That's not what I'm after here. What I'm after is the kind of thing that I can stick on and go kill fetid zombies and turn my food usage from something to nothing. It doesn't need to be a lot. It just needs to be something. So Vampora plus gloves? I mean, I can't use Vampora, but if you were going to use Vampora for something, you probably don't need the gloves, if I'm going to be honest. Vampora is strong. Yes, like currently I have no health, no lifesteal. Absolutely 0 in combat, right? So I hit a mob 5 times, and it deals 80 damage to me. I have lost 80 damage. I equip the gloves. I hit a mob 5 times. And I heal 100. It dealt 80, I've netted 20. It's a minor amount of healing. Did I get Eclipso? I did not, no. But War sells it? Are you saying they are completely removing in-game purchase items? I'll do you one better, Shulker. They are completely deleting the Aura equipment slot. This slot here is going away. Also, yeah, Ivar only drops 100 of those bones. So you get 40k XP, and you can't boost it with Wildy Altar or Powder of Burials or anything like that. So, honestly, I'm just gonna do heists. Heists will give me Infernal Ashes. I'll take the Infernal Ashes to the Ectofuntus, get the prayer outfit. What are they going to be replacing it with? Various things. The Penance Aura is being replaced with... Well, these were their ideas. I don't know how set in stone they were, but there is a blog post about it. So, can talk freely about what they said, at least. Basically, Vampyrism Aura is going to be replaced with an aspect of Vampirism. So like Darkness or Animate Dead, except you get the Vampirism effect. Same for Penance. And then various other things are getting baked in, either baked into the skill, like the legendary Quarry Master. The legendary Quarry Master effect is being baked into mining's leveling boosts. So you will just get the crit buff that you would have got from Quarry Master by just leveling mining. Instead of 1 hour vamp, we get unlimited by spending runes. Yeah, but at the trade-off of you can't stack it with Darkness or Animate Dead anymore, which is actually partially intended. The games had too much... the games had way too much sustain that it's made stuff like Vindicta so AFKable you could literally just stand in the fire and kill her. Just by putting on Vampirism Aura, using Enemy Dead, etc., right? Which is not like something the game should. The game shouldn't be giving you that much power that you can literally make 0 inputs and survive standing in mechanics. That's a little too much. So I'm kinda down with them nerfing survivability a bit. Sure, it's gonna be a nerf to the hardcore because I can't just go into the Zuck waves with Animate Dead and Vampirism Aura and face roll my way through them. But like, if that's something I have to deal with for the net positive of the game, then so what? I'll just have to soul split flick a bit more, I guess. Jesper RS has 16 Vindiorts and I don't think they rely on auras. I mean, if you're not using an aura for survivability, you should be using a damage aura to increase your kills per hour. Like, I think not using auras at all is just... I mean, calling myself out here, but not using auras at all right now is just kind of dumb, right? The game has been balanced around them in many ways, and like Thieving pre-rework was a perfect example of that. Where if you didn't have the legendary 5-finger discount aura, and you tried to do a mob, like you tried to pickpocket a mob at the level you unlocked it, you just got punched in the face repeatedly. And that was the experience. So like, they were definitely a problem on that. You enabled group tasks. What? Wait, hang on. He got Nakatra without enabling group assignments? Is Nakatra not a group boss anymore for Soul Reaper? Maybe toggled off along with the other group bosses. According to the wiki, it still is. You're shocked Flesh Hatcher doesn't have combat achievements? Yeah, so am I. The 2 bosses they just added have combat achievements. So why does the Eyeball not have them? I've even shown them what unorthodox... what the unorthodox kill looks like. They just have to put an achievement in for it. Elitist crit. How is that elitist? So the catch was now a solo task. Sheesh. Next they're gonna be telling me that what's it called? Next they're gonna be telling me that Solak is now a solo Reaper task. Yo, what's up, Chev? It is, just ask. I'm not asking a guy who's soloed every boss possible to solo in the game. No, Solak is definitely a group task. Also, you're telling me if they made Nakatra a solo Reaper task and they didn't do the same for next? Not next, fucking next. If they didn't do the same for next, I'm gonna riot. Next is way more of a... Well, I guess actually Nakatra is definitely a solo boss. There's so little reason to go into Sanctum or Gate of Elidness as a group. You just make the fights harder for no benefit. Solo Violence Tree is fun? Maybe I'll learn to solo him on this account, then we can see how fun it is. There is so low. So is that supposed to be a play on so little? Solo can get the spirit. I don't even understand it with the correction, I'll be honest. Either I'm losing my brain or... Hey Chev, did you come get the gloves off these guys? Is it a trim wreck? No. Man, that actually worked. Thank you very much for the follow, Mr. Hayes. Appreciate you. But yes, Mr. Pogdog is indeed a follower emote. You do not need to sub to get Doris as your resident Pog. Chev doesn't do PVM achievements. It only takes 20 minutes to get both drops. I wish you could have told my game client that. Chat's doing my streamer job for me. I love you guys. I don't need to be a sellout if you guys do it for me. If I get to open in streamer mode, I've been banned from that mode. Apparently calling the game a dumpster fire is, not great for the old favors when you need them. Your badge, I'll turn that back on. It's been disabled for a week. What's been disabled? Always sell out. Hey, Chev, I realized I forgot to do literally the most important thing on YouTube in the new video. I forgot to tell people to like and subscribe. The call to action was not present in episode 1 of a Hardcore Iron Man series, which is absolutely criminal. It's a good thing I don't rely on YouTube for any it's a good thing I don't rely on YouTube for any bills or anything, huh? You forgot to like? See, the call to action would have worked. You want to know the great thing about the call to action? I'm not saying like I care enough to actually put it in. Like I'll put out a video, and if it does well, it does well. My care for playing YouTube's game is limited. I just kind of want people to see when I actually put effort into videos, which. Yeah. But the call to action, there's 2 responses to it. You either get reminded to like the video, and therefore you like the video, or you get annoyed that you've been asked to like the video, so you dislike the video. And you want to know the great thing for the creator in both of those situations? YouTube doesn't give a crud whether you like or dislike. It's all engagement. Great time for an ad. Fucking. Interrupted by ads again. If I could turn off ads, I would. When you hear that at the start of the video, you usually just leave. And that's why you wait until like a few minutes into the video, so that if anyone that you cause to click off as a result of it, you'd never make anyone click off in the first 30 seconds. That's the big brain. That's the big brain tip. As long as they watch 30 seconds, the rest doesn't matter. I mean, it does matter. They care about watch time, but as the first 30 seconds, keep them there. Keep them hooked. Make them watch a prequel meme. That Obi-Wan and Anakin scene did feel kind of appropriate for the sheer stupidity that led to my previous death. But yeah, so since I was interrupted by ads, I'll repeat it for those who got hit by them. The call to action in a YouTube video to like and subscribe results in one of 2 things. Well, one of 3 things, I guess. Either the person is reminded, oh yeah, I should like the video, or subscribe, so they do. The person gets annoyed that you asked them to like, and instead dislikes the video. Or the person leaves. Now, as long as you've not done this in the first 30 seconds, which is like the killer thing, don't send someone away from your video in the first 30 seconds. Them leaving is kind of whatever. Not like you lose a bit of watch time, sure. But the engagement from everyone pressing like and dislike, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter which one they press, like or dislike. The video got engaged with. That's it. That's all YouTube cares about. Number go up. Actually, wait. Maybe the YouTube game isn't that much different to RuneScape after all. Either way, numbers go up. Engagement make YouTube happy. Engagement make YouTube increase impressions. Impressions make more people see video. More people click video. More people see like and subscribe. More people click like or dislike. More impressions. And if the person just ignores the segment of the video entirely, which is the 4th option, then they just sit through like like Dark, they either skip 15 seconds of video or they just sit for it and don't do anything. And you've lost nothing. There's literally no reason not to do a call to action in the first, like, 3 minutes of a video. And yet I didn't do it anyway. You lose watch time. If you do it after 2 minutes into a video, if someone's watched 2 minutes of the video, and you cause them to leave by doing a call to action, unless they are a very principled person who is willing to literally bin the entire video purely on the basis of that, which most people aren't. Most people aren't like that. If they were going to click off over a call to action, they were going to probably get bored and click off in the not too distant future anyway. So the people that leave weren't the people that were going to watch the whole video in the first place. Except for Yomi. And Dark, I guess. Except for Yomi and Shulker, I guess. Could also ignore them and not get to... Okay, the amount of people that are going to do that, that is so much effort to go into for just a moment. That, like, if your thing is call to action, if your thing to a call to action is to, like, just ignore channels, your home feed should be empty. Like, your home feed should be empty. I like how I'm, like, defending it even though I don't do it. Yeah. The thing is, you guys are also, like, relatively, like, pretty engaged. Like, pretty engaged people. The amount of people that watch RuneScape streams is very low. So you guys are, like, very engaged and probably have a good handful of streamers / YouTubers that you watch. So if you click, so if I do something stupid and annoy you, you're just gonna go watch Rayo, or Chev, or Rax maybe, or Silenced. Maybe Protox, RS Guy. You know all these names. And you know that if I do something dumb and make a bad video, you could just go watch one of them instead and watch a good video. That loot beam... These guys don't loot beam unless you have a full inventory and it's a fucking spirit gem. Curses. Who? You said who to when I included Rayo in the list. You are literally number one, well, maybe number two, cooperative legacy PVM. If you say so yourself, your new videos have been a huge step up. Good shit, man. Good shit. Your videos have been doing well though, I've seen. Just putting out bopper after bopper. I'm still waiting for the absolute banger where Chev just goes absolutely off the rails though. But you've been consistent, the thumbnails have been good. The views have been reflecting that. It's good shit. Whereas I like, your goal is to go full time. My goal is to put out a video maybe once a month and it hopefully do well. Define off the rails, you know. Maybe you should watch a Chev video. No, you actually don't for once. Oh boy. Okay, I'll set you context, Chev. I haven't seen you go off the rails on something since we were playing Gim. And we weren't streaming at the time, so if I see it in a video, I know shit's real. Bro didn't watch your Daily Scape video? You were kind of tame in that one. Like, to be honest, you spent like the first minute just trying to like calm the people down because you called Protox out. And you didn't want him to get a hate brigade. That's like very, very chill. No, not that one. The recent one when daily challenges weren't removed. Oh no, I haven't watched anything from I haven't watched anything from the past week. I've been kind of stuck in my own little bubble dealing with my own video because I can't multitask on a macro level. So with Mage, if I'm using a tier 95 dual wield, would the best binding contract be Calg? I don't think you want Calg until you're... I don't think you go Calg until you're using Fasoa. I don't think. Wait, no. You still have Tsunami. Yeah, Calg. Calg is more adren and more damage. Hey man, did you consider getting the gloves? You know what? I didn't think of that. Let me just get gloves equal 1. There we go. Without Grim and Fasoa, Ripper is better? That's what I get for not doing the math, huh? I just assumed the adren from Tsunami in addition to the extra damage from the crits would be best. Wait, hang on. What language are we writing in here? I've never written a RuneScript in my life. Getting Tetra's binding contracts. You're going for okay, let's read the whole thing. You're going for 200 mil Arch Professors in Warforged on your Iron. Got 40 mil to go, and you're getting Tetras and binding contracts. Working towards 100 Tetras. Gotcha. Reading the whole chain explains the thing. If Doris extra... Hang on! Hang on. You're not bribing me with getting a drop. You are not bribing the appearance of Doris by saying I'll get more drops. That is dirty tactics, sir. You gonna do a video on your YouTube channel opening them? Dark, don't go banning him for self-promo this time. It's fine. It's allowed. If they get obnoxious about it, then send them to the Shadow Realm. You didn't ban the other guy? You were thinking about it. Guys, have you heard about the new chef video? Wait, Harvey gave him a... Harvey gave him a shout out. Wait, hang on, you shouted out the wrong chivalric. You shouted out the wrong chivalric. I ban him. I ban him. Chef gives a shout out to a completely different chef. God, Chev got the short end of that that whole incident, didn't he? Wait, since when is Chev Micro Jr.? Micro has a trademark on the hi guys. Didn't you know? You're gonna mat farm for all the artifacts they give? I hope you have 120 archaeology, because the artifacts you get from Tetras are bloody high level usually. Where did you? No, you didn't. Witch hunting said it, and that's why I was saying, since when are you Micro Junior? Hi guy. Oh, okay. I'm not gonna flame any of the old guard. That sounds like a slippery slope. Master max cape within a year from a new account. Main or Iron? Did you already say that? Also, I like how you said you guys make me laugh. You know, sometimes streaming feels exhausting. Sometimes I'm sitting here killing little tree bunnies. And you guys are just making me laugh and making the time fly by. Sorry for always causing chaos? Why are you apologizing? Chev, never apologize for being you. Did I did not. I think chat went into chaos mode. Ban him for apologizing? Also, I have no idea what you just said, so I can't really tell you off for being Dutch though. After saying that. Apologize for everything else, but not for being you. Something like that, I guess. You have a screenshot? What's the Oh, this is just showing what skills you still have to do. Okay. I thought this was something that was gonna surprise me. You think it's Git? I have to keep an eye on you guys, because if I let you, you will go Dutch mode, and I end up not knowing what the heck's going on. And I have to call Shevin to cause chaos to get you out of it. Which one of your skills looks surprising that you have 120 in? Agility, I guess? I mean, if it's a main or an iron. If it's an iron, then it's surprising. Also, Haraby never misses a chance to go Dutch. You're an iron? Okay, you, there is help available. There is help available if you ever find yourself feeling the need to agility. He called it Dutch. You think I know the difference? You think I know the difference? Danish and Dutch. You think I know the difference? There are 5 subjects I struggled in at school. One was Spanish, one was French, one was German, one was Latin. Yes, they had us try learning 4 languages at once, which is a really fucking stupid idea. And the other was geography. So... I'll tell you what, there's a Sainsbury's down the road. That's some pretty good geography, right? Since when is geography a language? No, I said there's 4 subjects. No, I said there was 5 subjects I struggled in. 4 of them were languages, and the other was geography. So my ability to tell what language you are speaking and where it comes from is not one of my strong suits. Give me numbers, give me code, give me anything like that, and I'm good. You start yapping in Gaelic and we're in trouble. Yo, Bard! What the why is Bard level 65? Oh, actually, I guess I struggled in 6 subjects. English was the 6th. I could barely speak my own language, let alone someone else's. I read that as your dog whited out, which was very concerning for a second there. Oh, well, we're almost at 1,500, guys. We're almost at the drop rate. That's 14.99. This one will be 1,500. And then we can start complaining that we're over drop rate. Is 1,500 rate off top? We don't know what the rates are. Jagex have withheld vital information. I highly doubt it's the same drop rate as Cinderbane's, and if it is, I need to have a word with someone. Given that I have gained 25 combat levels, well, I guess not combat levels, but 25 levels split between attack and strength, killing these guys, trying to get the gloves. If it's 5,000 off task and I have to do that, 3 times as much, I'll fucking... Wait, what? Yo, me! You get... At least he didn't put a cannon down. I guess it wasn't worth the cannonballs. Yomi Okami is Kuhaku in chat for context. To bully me, every cannonball was worth it. You know how I said I like streaming? And you guys keep me entertained and stop me going insane? It's too late to take that back. You'd never actually do it. It's too much effort to log into RC. Oh, so you're saying I'm not worth the effort, huh? Sounds like you're pushing some buttons there. Honestly, I wonder what it takes to get you to log into RS3. It means logging out of old school. If you weren't doing taxes. Oh yeah. You're making glorious bars now, so basically attacks. Fair enough. What the heck? This thing keeps going. I got a ping on my phone, so I went to check out. What's it called? Went to check out YouTube real quick, and stuff's looking good. Stuff looking good. I'm still here. Where'd you think I'd have gone? I still need to check out the fishing content, by the way. At this rate, I'm gonna need to go do the fishing to get more food to kill these guys. You know, if I wasn't getting 150k XP an hour, how many mods do I have? 3. They're just all here. I mean, Harrowby sometimes wanders off, so I promoted Pateau. And then we happened to flame Dark for not showing up for a while, so now he feels obligated to be here as well. He even admitted to it. Bro's been busy. Mods are overrated. I mean, Pateau has sacrificed the ability to get VIP by being a mod. Harrowby also gave away his VIP badge when he was made a mod. Wanders off like you're not getting ranked, by the way. When you can get an autograph, Mr. Big Famous Hardcore. Next time you come over to the UK and we all go hang out in with Mr. Rax again. How's that sound? We need to release another album, right? Okay. I know I didn't withdraw an entire inventory of raw fish because I've been eating them. How on earth did I get a singular raw desert soul? And why is this not the first time something like this has happened? Oh, no. How has it happened again? Oh, not the clip. Not the clip again. Remember the God Wars? It's the second most popular clip on the channel, Dark. Of course I remember it. The only more popular one is that I'm giving away 2 bill if I ever comp. Which I now can't afford to do. So I can't comp. Where's my combat tab? Oh, I'm running out of strength potions. Never mind, apparently I'm not. You haven't seen that clip? You must seek it. Oh, well, the 2 bill one. So, context for the raw clip. Actually, I'll go over it after the I'll go over it after the ads. You told me, but I didn't listen. All I have to say to that. Actually, no, Haraby could say it. Drak told me that I took out a raw desert soul, and apparently I didn't listen. So I'll leave you to respond to that. Once the ads are over, I'll give context for the raw clip. And a little shout out to our boy Rich. Wait, what on earth? What way did I go this time? Oh. Genuinely not. I still can't believe you freaking clipped that. No shout. You're here! Now, are you a decimation abuser? Or are we just gonna chill and kill? No. Have I killed the hog? I have no reason to. Like a CAs, maybe? But no, I'm literally trying to kill these dang things for the glove. For the gloves. If you're gonna tell me that the cog's a requirement. TP? Why would I TP? Yo, what's up, Kenna? Thank you very much for the raid. Hope you're doing well. I was just about to go over some stuff from a previous account, but welcome into playing a new hardcore, kind of new, month-old hardcore. As we kill far too many little tree rabbit things for a pair of gloves. So that I can go and train Slayer. At this rate, I'm going to get the combat level requirements for River of Blood here. How many KC? 1,560. Huh, Haraby was actually pretty accurate. Have you been counting? But yeah, we're if I unmute this real quick. So this clip was from back before Group Iron Man released. Dark, another friend called Rich, and we all played style-locked unofficial Group Iron Man. Me being melee-locked, Dark being mage-locked, and Rich was the ranger.
Oh.
So we all got the requirements for Krill. The catfish in my inventory are does anyone have any logs?
Logs? You have raw. No, you don't. Tell me they're not raw. Please tell me they're
Please
not
vote
raw.
him.
So yeah. And the reason that's come up is because I somehow did it again and brought raw desert soul to these guys. So I don't know how I did it the first time. And God knows how I've done it twice. But how's your day been, Kenna? Lucky you noticed early. You know why I noticed? Because I was trying to eat them. Just Haven Hive true trimming. Fair. What did you complete it, or do you still have requirements left to go? Also, this little fern here is really annoying when you're meleeing these guys. Trim cape back, just need to get the net, I'm assuming. And finish both boss logs. Not bad. When people said there was a new net, I assumed, oh, there's gonna be a new best in slot hunter net or something. Like to upgrade the old one that we've got. This is Dark, everyone. And I swear to God, if he fires that cannon, very sadly have to run to bed for work tomorrow. Yeah, it's 10 o'clock. That's fair. Good luck on gloves. Hopefully not made to go. Thanks very much again, Kenna, for the raid. Appreciate you. And have a good night. Wait. Is Dark starting to kill these so that he gets the gloves before me? Or is he just crashing me for fun? What do we think? A bit of both. Both. Once again, I hate it here. You're just crashing. You're crashing for fun. If you got gloves first, it'd be funny, though. You want to know the worst thing? I could end stream right now. And he would just stalk me in game to do it anyway. It's a shame the other person is there. So crashing me is fine, but you draw the line at dropping a cannon on someone else, huh? I see how it is, Dark. I see. You don't want to crash people when it's not funny? You know what? Fair. Do I not have Holy Wrench? I've not done the quest for it, nah. My quest list is surprisingly anorexic compared to what I would have normally done on an account by this point. Apparently I spent too much time doing archaeology. God damn it, dog. Oh, I just hopped straight into a coil. Apparently there's just no one going to the Canada world, but if I hop to any other world, there's an Oldak coil with all of them. Do I believe you? Do I believe you? You know, if I hopped and just got the drop immediately, then I would have just called that world cursed forevermore. It's funny for a minute. Yeah, but that's a minute of not killing mobs, dude. I can't have that inefficiency. To be fair, it probably took me longer to hop a few worlds than it would have taken you to take the cannon down and run away giggling like a schoolgirl. 99 strength or gloves first? Well, I'm not training strength, so I really hope not. Because if we get to 99 strength, it means we also got to 99 attack. Yomi, you don't know what the rate is. You can... I mean, I guess that's your personal rate, but... What on earth is... What on earth is Bell's Folly? That red blob is sanguine matter. Use it to upgrade the new silver weaponry. No, I'm kinda... I'm kinda glad I ended up going offline when I did last night, huh? This is, This has been 2 hours of... Or 2 evenings, sorry. Well, I guess not a whole evening yesterday. But it has been a heck of a lot of... heck of a lot of hours spent already on these guys. And the saving grace is literally just that because of the boosted damage you do with the silver weaponry, the XP is actually okay. Even though I'm single targeting them. If I could kill these guys AoE, they would actually be pretty dang good XP. Oh, another attack level. Don't try AoE with melee armor, they hurt, I am aware. Why do you think Assault's at the front of my bar instead of Hurricane? Yeah, AoE farming mobs like this without Soul Split, not the greatest plan in the world, not gonna lie. They okay, can I be real for a second here? Firstly, they're weak to arrows, which feels weird considering there is no Haven Silver arrow that I'm aware of. But also, they're level 35. How much of that combat level is in magic levels for them to be hitting this hard? You mean the bolts? Bolts are not arrows. An arrow weakness is not the same as a bolt weakness. They do hit pretty hard for a level 35 mob. Also, they die pretty slowly to a tier 70 crystal bow. Which is kind of like, they're level 35. Like, where are all these stat points going? I mean, mobs obviously have a different combat level calculation to us, and I really hope it's not just pull it out of a hat. Straight into HP, then they wouldn't be hitting this hard. They don't feel like a level 35 mob, is what I'm getting at. In fact, fetid zombies are level 66, and I would argue they hurt less than this. Oh, someone either planted the seed or just got their pet. They just got the pet. Why do I feel like I'm about to get crashed? Although killing these with a Masterwork Spear is a game I'm not familiar with. Your pet finishes growing in about half an hour? Nice, nice. My pet will drop sometime this century. Honestly, I swear to God, if I see the seed, I'm gonna cry. I don't know what the drop rate is, but it really doesn't feel like a... Like, I know RuneScape's a grindy game, right? And there are some things, like, you know, Cinderbanes, that are so powerful and so, like, late game, and should demand a reasonable price tag and all that kind of stuff, right? That should probably be grindy. Introductory content is not what I think should be particularly grindy. And these kind of feel like an introductory Slayer mob with a chase item kind of thing. Like introducing, like basically showing you, hey, you can get, you know, unique gear effects off of killing Slayer mobs. So I don't know what the drop rate is, and I might just be super unlucky. So I'm not going to say that they've, you know, overtuned this or whatever. But I have gained like 46, not 46. I have gained like 26. Like I've gone from 40 to 66 in a combat stat. Killing these guys. Which for a new player is going to be a lot. And there's the question always in the back of my head, right? When it comes to the start of RuneScape, and you're making content that new players are gonna do, should you focus more on avoiding quit moments, or more on being transparent about the absolute grind fest that you're about to get into? I feel like the grind fest should come after some level of investment. Is my opinion. Like, I'm already invested on this account. So this is, like, par for the course of something I'd be working on at this point. But if you just came to this island, you know, fresh off the boat, as it were, and this is what you ran into, and maybe you're killing these even slower than me because you don't have the +2 sword because that needs 60 smithing, right? So I don't know. I'm kind of leaning on the side of they've probably tuned the drop rate pretty high. Given that Ivar has pretty what's the word? Ungenerous drop rates. So that's my thought process there. Is like Ivar's not got particularly insane rates. So these probably don't have particularly generous rates either. But also, like, say you kill Ivar, right, until you get the Maul or something. And you've potentially gone up to, like, the 60s, the 60 combats doing that. And then you're like, oh, I feel like I could really use those healing gloves. And you end up with, like, over 70s. And you waltz off the island able to wield Barrow's weapons. That's one heck of a training arc. Yeah, I do wonder if it's like that. Like, were they worried that people would complain that the content was too short? If the Golden Reaper requirements and all that kind of stuff were too quick? Like, if people came here and killed these guys for 5 minutes and got like 5 minutes with a cannon, 2 Meccans light, and just absolutely shredding these guys at rates of like thousands per hour. And they just got their Ultimate Slayer complete again in like 5 minutes or whatever. Would anyone have actually complained? This is just the early game island, though? Okay, so you're getting into the 70s of combats on the early island. Like, is this game replacing RuneScape, or because you're gonna be trained up for the next segment of the next segment over there for sure after this. Like, it's not like these are strong enough to be like something that should maintain value, right? And I feel like that would be quite a misstep, actually. Like, is their idea with these that they are an early game Slayer mob that new players might kill when doing Slayer, and have that like super rare, like not super rare, but like have that, you know, 1 in a few hundred chance to just sniper drop that's a couple mil? Is that what they want the feeling to be? Because that's kind of what like later game Slayer is, right? Admittedly, later game Slayer, you're killing stuff so quickly that your kills per hour basically means you're counting drops per day, not am I getting a drop this day? There's also the argument that like, hey, the game's not designed for Iron Men, which is fair. It's not. And I mean, you could debate, like you could have an entire like podcast episode between a few people debating whether or not the game being designed with Iron Men in mind is a good or bad thing for gameplay. And you could go back and forth on it. Like, there's a certain thing of like completing everything in the game should be off your own back, should be kind of an infeasible goal. That was kind of the premise that made Iron Man, or like from scratch style series. What did we call it before One Man? Like, I know One Man Army was kind of the old school series that popularized it in the like later teens. This stuff was done by like RuneShark way back in the from scratch days. This isn't like a new thing. I mean, One Man Army is definitely the thing that popularized it, though. And it's like that whole concept is interesting because the idea of playing the game entirely off your own back was somewhat, you know, impressive / infeasible. And if you design the game around the game mode existing, then you kind of kill what makes the game mode interesting. Which is a fair point. So, like, designing for Iron Man mode, does it ruin Iron Man mode? Don't know. We're also having this conversation over a pair of level 10 gloves. Is one thing I'll say. These gloves are level 10. I mean, technically they're level 25, but they're hybrid, so hybrid stuff gets a minus 15 level penalty, which I'm not sure I agree with anymore, if I'm gonna be honest. Hybrid gear already has a penalty. Hybrid gear's penalty is that you... What's the word? Hybrid gear's penalty is that you don't get a life point bonus and you don't get damage reduction. Hybrid gear just gives armor. So I don't know if it still needs to also have a tier penalty. That's also part of the point. They're level 10, and I mean the level is hyperbolic in this situation. I am somewhat memeing by referencing the level of them. I don't know why they're level 10, if I'm gonna be honest. I don't know why they're level 10 tank gloves. I don't even know if they have. The wiki said they were power gloves, but when I saw a tooltip of them, if they have stats on them, they're so low they don't even show up in the tooltip. Hybrid has to defense bonus or attack, just the weapon you use? I mean, you don't have, if you mean you don't have a penalty to using any style with hybrid gear, that is a fair point. That's the benefit of using hybrid gear. But the trade-off to that previously was just that the hybrid gear would be lower level. Whereas now it's lower level, and instead, take the Armor of Trials, for instance. The Armor of Trials is level 75 gear, hybrid gear, so it acts as tier 60. Except tier 60 tank armor now has life point bonus and damage reduction on it, whereas the Armor of Trials doesn't. So you need level 75 defense to equip a piece of armor that just has tier 60 armor on it. It doesn't have tier 60 life point bonus, tier 60 damage reduction. So you're paying kind of a double penalty. You're paying a tier penalty, and you're paying like a defensive penalty, an extra defensive penalty on top of that as well. So I don't know if hybrid gear actually needs to have the minus 15 levels anymore. Guess it could be a power hybrid armor. Sliske's armor isn't power hybrid, right? Actually, is there any power hybrid armor? Wasn't the only power hybrid armor the PvP armor sets? Oh yeah, the Masterwork armor is kind of... I'll fucking add timing. Me and my... I would not run... If I could choose to, I would not run them. But the problem is if I turn them off, they just get shown to you at random times, and I don't know when they happen. And they don't happen consistently for everyone. And it becomes even more of a mess. I'm just ranting behind an ad on his screen. Cinderbane's power hybrid armor? Okay. That's fair. Can I rephrase my question? Is there a power hybrid armor set that isn't the, like, Battle Mage set and stuff from the PvP? Like, Bounty Hunter sets, that's what it was. I don't actually know if there is. It's a genuine question. I'm not, like... It's not a trick question. Why Jagex hasn't yet buffed magic? They already did. They buffed it by giving this awesome ability called, where is it? Oh, it's a utility ability. Giving it this awesome ability called Runic Charge. Yeah, magic was freaking insane and when the combat rework dropped. Melee as well. Absolutely insanely busted. Calling it anything but a nerf would be... Or calling it anything but a buff would be absolutely... Absolutely delusional. It is definitely not worse than pre-beta. That is hyperbole of fuck. It is not up to par with Melee. That is for sure. And yeah, they are planning to buff some of the core bits of magic. I'm somewhat trolling, but saying that magic hasn't had an overall upwards trend in damage since pre-combat rework is definitely not the case. They nerfed it after making it massively busted, but it was massively busted. So big buff, smaller nerf than the buff. Equals a net buff. It seems like you have no clue because Grandmaster players saying magic is worse than pre-beta. I have seen nothing but people complaining about like random quirky bullshit getting removed, and half of them aren't even bothering to log in. So, like, I don't care. I don't care if what they say isn't matching up with the kill times people are putting out. So, I guess get good. Feels weird to say that when talking about GM players, but it is definitely not weaker. Not even close. In fact, the combat update is some of the biggest power creep we've seen in quite a while. Oh no, not a Necroa. Skulls are gonna go wild. I mean, I appreciate them staying over there. You hope Jagex is nerfing melee and ranged. Would you prefer nerfs or buffs? You were asking for magic buffs a second ago. Which one would you prefer? Would you prefer more nerfs, or do you want magic buffed up to their level? It's not healthy for the game? Okay, that I can get on board with you with. Ideally, this is one, like, the way I view it is, ideally, at the endest of game, now there's a ton of variables at play at the endest of game, right? At the at the very end of the game, the ideal scenario is that the changes drop and optimal DPS is the same before and after the update. Rotation changes, sure, but the actual, like, damage output is identical. Now, the realistic thing is that's probably not going to happen. And are people going to feel more angry about being weaker or being stronger? Because we've already seen, like, that melee was massively busted and got tuned down a tiny bit, and people were throwing around numbers like 20% nerf to melee when an ability when like one of its main damage source abilities got nerfed by like 10-15%. Actually, it wasn't even 10-15%, was it? It was 800 to 760%, right? It wasn't even like 10%. It was, the nerf was significantly smaller than the buff it had just received. So sure, you could say in isolation, it was nerfed. But that's like saying me giving you 20 quid and then asking for 10 quid of it back is like, it's like me stealing 10 quid from you. Or I have taken 10 quid from you in total. Context matters. You get locked in a place with sunshine and you lost so much damage. It is weird that there is now only one style that is kind of like locked in its little grid, right? They do seem to want magic to be kind of like the planted feet style of the what's it called? The planted feet style. I was gonna say spec style. It is just the planted feet style. Which means it needs you need a trade-off, right? I don't know what the, I mean, I guess animate dead might be that trade-off. You're less mobile, but you're more durable. That's a pretty common trade-off in, like, WoW, for instance. We've got mages who are, like, super mobile, blinking everywhere, but they're a bit squishy. And you've got warlocks who are, like, more plant and cast, but they have way better defensive abilities and just generally better sustain than a mage does. So, like, there needs to be trade-offs like that, right? I don't think, like, oh, we don't move, so we should do more damage is a good thing for the game, because then everyone just uses magic and Like, because it does the most damage, right? It's the same issue Melee's always going to have of like, oh, we have to be in melee range, then we should do more damage. But the realistic thing is if you do more damage with melee, then you're just going to like figure out how to stay in melee range the whole fight and just do more damage than the other styles can do. So it kind of doesn't end up working out that way. It's not like in WoW where you're doing like a 15-minute encounter and you're having to run debuffs all around the room. I guess Amasket's not too far off that actually. Amasket's a fair thing. It's definitely an outlier in terms of the bosses though. There's not many bosses like Amasket for sure. But Amasket is one of the places where I could definitely see the whole melee. Like if the whole game was kind of like Amasket, where you're running around doing loads of mechanics and all this kind of stuff, then I could see the whole, okay, maybe melee should do more damage there than other styles. But that's kind of not the entire game. That's just a small bit of the game. New content gets released. Not every style needs to be the same DPM at the same time all the time. I mean, yeah, that's a like that is kind of a fair point of like if they release an upgrade for a style, like if they perfectly balance the styles right now, right? Which style still has to receive like weapons and armor that it's missing? Range is missing its crossbows. Magic has its tier 95 dual wield and staff. Melee has like 3 tier 95s. Wait, that's kind of actually... Melee has 3 tier 95s to range's 1. And technically range doesn't have tier 95 armor, but I believe Elite Dracolich is kind of treated in a similar vein to it. I don't fully understand the stance on that, if I'll be honest. But yeah, range has got like a lot of stuff still to get compared to Magic and Melee, right? So if they're all doing the same damage right now, and then the Blood Knights come out and they happen to drop tier 95 range armor and what's it called? And they happen to drop tier 95 ranged armor, and God forbid they also drop the tier 95 crossbows so you can get a full set of tier 95 range from one boss. Don't do that again. Let's not have that happen again. But let's say over the next few bosses they drop dual wield, they drop crossbows, bolts, they drop some absolutely insane bolts that make back bolts look like toys. And then yeah, then another boss drops the tier 95 ranged armor that works with crossbows. And they leave Dracolich working with bows or something. So we've gone from all the styles being balanced to one style getting 2 new pieces of equipment, and they're gonna want those drops to be desirable, right? There's nothing worse than releasing like a legendary weapon and legendary armor set and them being garbage and not used and just filling up the G. That'd be like the worst thing possible for the release of a legendary item, right? Not even the Wand and Orb. As much as the Wand and Orb from Sanctum were absolutely like driven into the ground price-wise, because, you know, people were farming shards. They weren't farming the Wand and Orb. The shards were the demand. The shards were where the money were, and people needed more shards than they needed tier 95 dual wields. So they were getting like 7 shards and drop trading like 5 pairs of dual wields to their mains or whatever if they were on irons, that kind of stuff. Which, after adding ecliptic components, maybe you don't ever drop trade new gear like that again. But yeah, there's just like way more wands and orbs coming into the game than like other tier 95s, which were the chase drop of the content, right? Like Karapak, the chase drop was the Fasoa. It's decently rare drop, only available in hard mode. So it was the big beans. And if it was ever like valueless, care pack would just not be worth doing. Whereas the Wand and Orb being valueless didn't make Sanctum not worth doing because people still wanted the 2 mil shards because that made it worth doing. But that Wand and Orb still had a good spec. And when I used them on my iron, my previous iron, the passive was also like pretty noticeable at the relevant stage of progression. So yeah, the worst thing to happen for a new update would be they drop it. They drop new legendary crossbows, new legendary armor that buffs crossbows, maybe some new ammo, and it's all garbage because none of it beats none of it beats Bolg plus E-Draco. Or I guess Bolg plus Masterwork range, which is now seeming potentially maybe a little better. Yeah, I hope the tier 95 dual wields aren't just another EOF fodder item. That would be that'd be a lot of EOFs for range. And also, like, if it's another self buff, they already have so many of those. Like, I don't actually know what the space is to add something to range. It's almost like they need what's it called? Horizontal progression with range, not vertical. But if they released something that is just straight up worse than Bolg and E-Draco, then it's dead on release, right? You'll get a few days of it being good value as all the people rush to buy it and test it and make their videos. And then it's garbage and no one wants it because no one's gonna care. So either no one's gonna do the content, which means there's not gonna be any for people to buy and all that kind of stuff. Or people are gonna do the content for one reason or another, and no one's gonna be buying them. So the price is just gonna plummet. So they kind of have to release better than Bolg, which inherently means increasing range DPM. And I mean, they could make it so you want to use both Bolg and the tier 95 crossbows and kind of swap between them throughout the fight. I don't know what that would look like. But also the armor doesn't seem to want you to do that either. Because the armor that we have currently works only for bows. So what are you gonna do? Like, are you gonna brid between crossbow armor and bow armor? At that point, you may as well just bring a second style. They O-left bolts and then made din arrows. Yeah, fair point. Like I've always looked at that. Like if I had ranged on my old iron, which I never got around to doing because range progression was just not it. I don't know if it's going to be better now since you can kind of start with Gloomfire Bow and actually have access to a good spec on a decent weapon instead of like going and getting a Nox bow and then. I mean, you would have had Dark Bow EOF, I guess. But like always looking at it, it's like, why wouldn't I just like on an iron, if din arrows and god arrows are so freaking costly to use, if I wanted to use range, why wouldn't I just try using crossbows? And then the first thing is obviously there's no tier 95 path if you're using crossbows. You're stuck to blights. And Blight's passive is that they save ammo. And you're you're not doing the Ascension grind. The Ascension grind is better now than it was in the past. But that's not much of a bar. And they've also kind of killed caps farming. Like, by killing Legacy, they've kind of killed caps farming in your POF. It was kind of already a little bit rough. But now it's, like, much, much less good. Like, there was a point where you could go in there with, like, a decimation and not need to overload and guarantee one-shot every Capsarius. Which was, like, the ideal setup for an Iron. And then, like, they changed the Equilibrium Aura was, like, the first big hit to it. And basically made it so you were missing... I think your min hit dropped by, like, 30 or something with that change? And then they changed the Equilibrium perk to Eruptive. Which hurt just a little bit more. And then, yeah, so basically just, you were getting keys slower and slower. And then they made the change where every key was just one key instead of 6 different keys, which is actually a nice little buff. Like, people were asking for the ability to trade or transmute those keys for ages. I don't think I ever once saw the request for them just to all use the same key. So that's actually kind of a nice thing. It just solves the problem without any extra faff or tedium, which is kind of unique for a change from Jagex. Normally there's a monkey paw with every change, like a little, okay, we'll give you that, but you're gonna have to earn it, or there's gonna have to be some way you enable it, or some kind of process usually. So not having that was a nice change. And I was kind of looking at that like, okay, maybe we're looking at Ascensions being decent on Iron. And then they released Heist and put Gloomfire Bow on a scaling method. Why would you grind out Ascensions when you can just get a Gloomfire Bow, a shit ton of good commons, and 120 thieving in the process? Bows win again. Man, the putting tier 90s in heists at a rate of 1 in 100, it's something, I'll say. Like, I'm not that far off of being able to... I mean, if I made Abyssal Lurkers and Summer Pies, I would actually be able to go and do 500 loot runs right now. Admittedly, I don't want to be constantly buffing up and eating pies and making pies, so I'm going to get the 72 agility and the 102 thieving. But then, like, a month into the account, I can get 2 tier 90 weapons with good specs. Without engaging in any dangerous combat. Like, we're talking better than Rax weapons. Like, I don't know if I've got... I'm a bit personally scarred by Rax because of what I did to myself before Sanctum dropped. But, like, from 180 kills at a Raxor to get 1 hilt and 3 leg pieces to, like, you know, maybe 200 heists to get, and then 200 heists you potentially get both and a necromancy helmet. Like, the progression skip there for Irons just feels... It feels kind of private servery. Is the only way I can think to describe it. It doesn't feel like it's going to be earned. Like, actually, if I bring this up, sorry for the self plug, but if I bring up my channel real quick and we look back through the videos, so this stuff is all kind of getting condensed down into the first 2 episodes, these first 5 episodes. This was me fucking up. And then basically we just changed gears and speedrun into a PVM setup. Hellware grind is no longer necessary. Carapac grind is for Gconk. The Araxor grind is no longer necessary. So these 3 videos turn into one where I go to heists. Actually, I guess even kind of this one. These 4 videos turn into one episode where I go to heists, get the staff, take the staff to Carapac, and get Gconk. Like, that's how much time save there is in that. And also, like, just the sheer amount of good commons that have come from the thieving update, so not just heists. So, like, none of this is, like, none of this feels like invested time. This feels like time spent gathering supplies that then also happens to turn into levels that get me tier 90s. Rax doesn't kill people, people kill themselves. It is very much a stop hitting yourself, oops, you're dead moment, isn't it? Like, I just picture whenever, like, when Rax released, do you think Def was just sitting there, people pop up in Def's office, and he just goes, what got you? What got you this time? The mirror back. It's always the mirror back. Like, he just points to the crying corner in the back, and it's just a picture of a mirror back on the wall that you could throw darts at. He just has little, like, he has like a dart set that's Def Touch darts. You're just allowed to throw them at mirror backs to relieve your frustration before going back again. Do we think Def has a speakeasy? The Scythe, though? I mean, the Scythe is a reason to go to Rax. You're not wrong. Like, one thing I like did think is like, oh, with a Amaska dropping a tier 95 weapon, like, do Ions even bother with Rax at all anymore? And there's obviously, the obvious thing is biting. You need Noxious comps for biting. As a hardcore, I don't know if I ever go to Rax again. The Scythe is nice, yes, and I'm probably not doing a Amaska until I lose status because, like, okay, I'm gonna be blunt, I'm not a particularly good PVMer, but if I'm gonna lose my status, I'm at least losing it to my own mistake. That's the one thing I want. When I go down, it's my fault. And Amaska has some mechanics that don't allow that to be a thing. I mean, the servers have some mechanics that don't allow that to be a thing, but what are you gonna do? Infrastructure's infrastructure. Sometimes it's shit. But, like, as a hardcore, do you even bother? Like, you've lost a load of protection at Rax now, because you can't get Morvran challenge enhancers to get an extra life at Rax. So do you bother? Do you bother, or do you just scav farm for all your bitings? I mean, it's boring, sure. But you need other components as well. So, yeah, is Rex just like a no-go? Do you just not bother? Like, you could do the old classic and do like 5 kills a day. And just, I mean, yeah, you could just do the old classic and do 5 kills a day. Surely Defense Cape perk is enough to do hardcore Rex? You can kill yourself through a Sign of Life very easily. Defense Cape and Ring of Death? Oh, yeah, I guess... Oh, you can teleport there now. Sorry, I was... My brain still thought you couldn't teleport from Rex. I swear that's been told to me before that that was not a thing. You used to not be able to teleport there, which made it incredibly not good for hardcores. Which is why you also needed the challenge enhancer, right? Yeah, fair. Maybe Rex is still fine. I mean, it is also one of the places where you can just poof. It's a place where it's easy to miss a bomb spider. Which I'm not gonna like claim I've never done, because I've definitely like missed a bomb spider when it spawned like in the acid path and sneaks up on you. Or it spawns underneath Rex. That's one of the other things. Sometimes you don't know you're in danger because Rax's model is huge. And it's not see-through. Like the legs, you don't see what's underneath him. You just, if there's a mob underneath him, it's completely hidden. Count autos and if not seen spec, surely danger spider. Yeah, but then do you end up second guessing yourself that you miscounted? Also, there's something else that always gets me at Rax. And it's one of the reasons why I'm kind of back and forth on whether or not you should bother anticipating the special attacks at low enrages. Not anticipating them as in not expecting them coming, as in pressing the anticipate button. And that's when you get dragged by his what's it called? When you get dragged by his leg sweep, you know you're being dragged into range, right? So you'll instinctively move out. Now, if you don't get dragged in, just nothing happens, right? So you're looking at it, and you have to make a decision in that moment. Do I move away and basically have not anticipated the mechanic because I've had to move regardless? Or do I think I'm actually, out of range? And Rax's model is a little wonky, especially with some of the terrain in there, where it can look like you're out of range and you're actually in it. Now, the answer on a hardcore is obvious. Any doubt, you move back. There's like literally, your DPS doesn't matter. But if you're not gonna, be super safe like that, then it's kind of like the damage from the cocoon doesn't hurt that much at low enrages compared to accidentally taking a mandible to the face. So did you just not anticipate the autos so you'll never get tricked by that? That's one of the things where having like a tile indicator around a mob, like how in old school they have the, like, when they're doing Inferno and stuff, they'll literally have a square around every single mob showing exactly what tiles that mob is taking up. Something like that would be huge at Rax, to just know exactly what tiles he's actually on. Especially when you're fighting melee racks. Melee racks is a bit awkward. We're getting like a bit behind where he actually is. Is it 800% per tick at 300? It's like 200%. 200 per tick at 0%. So 800 sounds right. I mean, if you're doing higher in rages, then yeah, you definitely anticipate the specs, because that cocoon hurts. That cocoon starts hurting. Also, the reflect, if I remember rightly, from his web shield, that scales with rage as well. So you really don't want to screw up any of the other mechanics. Yeah, I'd almost tell someone who's like newer to Rax to not. I mean, this is kind of baity. Like, it's getting them into a bad habit that they're then gonna have to unlearn. But if they're overwhelmed with all the other stuff already, it's almost like it's, you know, count the autos, but like, you know, don't sweat it. Just practice counting the autos and use the spec happening to verify if you did it correctly or not. And then just deal with the specs and don't worry about the anticipate and freedom thing, and just focus on doing damage and counting autos. I'm thinking like the kind of player who has just got to Rax, and that's like their first. Well, I'd say first go for tier 90s. They've probably got the tier 90s from heists. And the kind of player in that situation is not going to be used to just like using freedom and anticipate like that. So it's like another thing they have to learn. And at lower in rages, is it actually worth much of your cognitive load for your first like 5 rack kills or whatever? Or are you better off just dealing with the mechanics and just focusing on doing damage and counting, and not worrying about your anticipate / freedom? What KC are we actually up to? 1974. Okay, 1 in 2000 confirmed. Fucking skulls. Why are we now 3 people in this world? When I logged into this world, it was empty, and it wasn't like the other worlds. I mean, I guess I hopped 3 worlds total, and 2 of them had cannons, and so I guess that's the problem. You can't have 2 people per world if there's a cannon in almost every world. Also, we're up to 68 attack at this point. I'm gonna be able to use my Varrock's flail by the time I get out of here. Girlie decided to clean the house. You asked if she could just leave your stuff in one spot, not touch it, and she went off on you. Personally, when I think I say something fine to gig, and she's kind of miffed by it, it's usually like phrasing / like a bit of a like potentially aggressive tone in my voice that I wasn't meaning to convey. But that's like a very, I wouldn't say a very specific thing to me. A lot of people suffer with it, but that's very much a like be not really being good at that kind of stuff, and can like conveying intention well. I'm very blunt, I guess, is the end result of it. Is I'm very blunt, and sometimes I say things in ways that are rude. But you know, it's great for a someone who sits here and yaps all day on Twitch. She left at the store in a huff. I mean, when she gets back, just say like, I'm sorry. Can you just? I mean, sorry is always a good opener, but Gig's coming to potentially stop me digging myself into a hole here. I see.
What's happened?
So, Shulker, I think, has pulled a me, where his other half is doing some cleaning, and he's asked, "Can you just, leave all my stuff in this spot / not touch my stuff?" And apparently, she's not happy. And my immediate thought is, when that happens between us, I've said something, not said something wrong, but I've said something in a wrong way.
Question. Was the stuff where it was supposed to be? Because you get really annoyed with me when I move your stuff, but I get really annoyed because you just leave your stuff everywhere. Like, there's still that bag.
Okay, we're doing report crit time now.
Like, there's still that bag on the table in the living room with Gloomhaven? No, not Gloomhaven. What did you put in it?
Oh, what, the bag of board games?
Yes.
There's just board games in it.
It should be in here, but it ain't. And it hasn't been in here for ages.
Okay, we're doing a report crit session. Got it. It's fine.
I'm not doing a report crit session. It's just I'm trying to give some perspective from the woman. And that's not a good enough answer. It's like, if you can find it, that's where it's supposed to be. That's not a good enough answer. If you're sharing a space with someone, then everything has a place that it's supposed to be in order for the space to be
cohabitable.
Yeah.
Which probably includes not leaving a bag of board games on the table. Wait, it's not under the table. No, under the table is Doris's toys.
Yes.
Which she's so close to getting into playing with toys, but then she just loses interest so dang quickly, doesn't she?
Yes.
Anyway,
we're not talking about Doris.
No.
Like, when she comes back.
I mean, before she comes back, if you want your stuff not touched, just move it out the way. Like, instead of asking her to clean around it, just put it where it's not in the way. Right. Smart dog not interested in things, interested in you guys. Wait. Smart dog not interested.
When
oh,
about
right,
the
right.
Toys,
yeah.
Twat.
Yep. Sorry, I'm half out of it.
Where's she gone?
Doris or?
No. His partner. Where's she gone?
I don't know. Shop, I think.
Gone to a shop. Okay. So. First of all, before she gets back.
Brother just said, "How come you're not helping her clean?" I mean, that's also true.
Yes, that is also true.
You prefer when we do stuff together.
Yes, I do.
Like I'll start doing something and you'll be like, "Oh yeah, we cleaning now."
Yes. But most women have been conditioned to think that, you know, they're not going to get any fucking help. They just do it, which then makes them angry.
I mean, like we have an agreement that you like do certain things, you know, since you don't like instead of getting a job, you just do a few more of the house responsibilities than me. But like, you know, I'll scrub the bathroom and stuff. Not gonna have you do everything. Because you're not a maid. You're my partner.
But like, it can be very, very infuriating. We're expected to clean and keep the place tidy, and it's like,
and then you're just a bull in a china shop.
And then it's just like, well, it's not even that. Like they're trying to, you know, organize stuff and keep the place clean, and then they're getting had to go out because why are you touching my stuff? Well, because your stuff was
in the way.
In the way and making a mess.
Your stuff was the mess.
Yeah, your stuff was the mess.
Like, I've been there.
Yes.
Yeah, I've done that. I'm not perfect
your
for sure.
Socks are the worst.
They do tend to just show up everywhere, don't they?
Stand your socks. They get me. It happens so often over the years that it's just like I get irrationally angry whenever I see your socks anywhere. I just get so cross. I get so angry. It's just for no reason other than that it's there. I've never been so irrationally angry at an object in my entire life.
No,
your socks.
I don't have crusty socks. That's maybe part of the problem that I change socks. You know, I mean, literally every day.
Yeah, sometimes he'll change socks like twice in a day if he's like, these don't feel right. I want different socks. Or these aren't warm enough. I want different socks. And then you leave them on the side.
Thank you guys for the follows, by the way. The Nexus's friend and Guild Wars Daddy. I appreciate you all.
Oh my god, these fucking socks everywhere.
Sometimes it's when I've been cleaning the bathroom and I've like spilt water and my socks are now. That's a slipper sock. That's different.
There's a fucking sock.
You wear those over sockies. Want to warn people for rare buyers. Someone trying to wildy scam people. Oh no, not again. Wildy laws in 2026? What the heck? What is this, old school? Get him, teach him. The thing is, we can laugh about this stuff, which means we're okay.
Yes, we're fine.
Like I might put on a bit of a show of oh shit, but we can laugh about this stuff, which you know means we're alright. And when we actually have issues, we'll talk them out. If we never talked any of our problems out, then there would definitely be an issue that's just not being resolved.
Yes. Which still happens
what's up,
occasionally
Heron?
anyway.
Yeah, sometimes there's things that are just either one of us feels like hard to broach or we're not sure how to bring it up, and then it ends up festering. And I mean, communication is I mean, we try. We tell each other literally everything, much to the dismay of Doris. She'll like come to me and be like, "Can I have my choo-choo?" And then I'll be like, "Has she had her choo-choo?" And then she'll look at Gig like, "Don't tell him. Don't tell him. Don't tell her. You told on me."
Like the perfect example of that is just your socks. Oh my god, your socks. Oh,
Update today broke the aggro zone of mobs, so you can pull everything everywhere.
fun. Make a conga line.
Was that also in old school? I saw old school having like some dark wizards in the middle of Varrock randomly. Also, these gloves are these gloves don't feel like an early game item, I'ma be honest. I feel like I'm grinding Cinderbanes at this point.
Also, we do need to get another bookcase. So then one of the characters come in here, and then I can have that one section of my bookcase back.
Hang on, where's the Calyx going in here?
On top of that Calyx.
But that's got the Doris picture. I love your Doris picture.
That Calyx has a Calyx on top of it, and you can still have stuff on
Well, yeah,
it.
that's because it's like one of the smaller non-IKEA Calyxes.
Then I'll just get a smaller non-IKEA Calyx.
Yeah, those aren't going to be able to hold the... actually, maybe...
You'll still be able to fucking hold them, then you can hold all your cards and shit. Cards are heavy!
Well, yeah, but this one needs to hold Arkham Horror stuff, right?
Yes, and?
And Monster Hunter stuff? Which is currently there.
Then stuff can sit on top as well. Because there's a top of it.
Mm-hmm. But why is buying a bookshelf adding a Calyx to my room?
So then...
No. How is buying... Like, which Calyx is coming in here? Is the question.
One of the ones next to my computer, so then it can sit on top.
Okay, so you want a bookshelf in that corner?
Yes.
With all your stuff on
Yes.
display, so you could look at it and smile?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
gotcha.
And then there'll be less stuff causing a mess.
We do...
And then we'll both be happy.
True.
Yes.
When we move, we're paying someone to move all this shit.
Yes.
Update, do not tell Girlie I've taken care of the problem and not to worry. Wait, what? Not to worry, but asked if she wanted help with the rest of it. She went into silent mode.
Oh.
This isn't a do you want help with it where they can say no. This is a can I help, like, you know, what can I help with moment. Don't let them, don't.
If she's gone into silent mode, then there's other stuff that she's not happy about.
And this is the boiling over bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You need to do some groveling and find out what it is you've done.
Oh dear, someone's in trouble. I've been there, don't worry.
If she likes baths,
It's,
get her loads of nice bath shit.
it's like how I was saying earlier about how, like, because of my,
And a
you know,
stiff drink.
because of my, like, you know, bad communication / bluntness. I've said some things to you in the past that, like, what I've said hasn't been bad, but the way I've said it is kind of like put you in a foul mood. And it's basically just been like, you just give me the silent treatment until I'm like, I've said something dumb, haven't I? Yep. I was like, hey, you'll tell me about it eventually when you're done being mad at me.
Oh yeah, we need time to cool down too.
Yeah.
I would.
Go get a dozen roses. Yeah, love bombing ain't the way.
Little things mean.
Well, actually, I guess it's different for different people. But...
Little things mean the most. For women, just the little things mean the most to us. If there's something that she really enjoys, whether it's like a specific drink or a specific snack, or maybe both, that would be good. Then just to show that you do pay attention to what they like and that you care, that's a good start. Do that. Do that.
You figured you'd stick around for the drop, but it's getting way too late. Honestly, I agree. It's getting far too late. This is insanity how long this has taken. Like, the fact that I've spent, like, 1.5 evenings grinding low-level mobs for a drop is, like...
Drop rate.
Fuck knows, they didn't tell us.
Ah, you can't afford it, don't ask.
No. It's one of those, they don't tell you when they release items. They don't tell you what the drop rates are.
Oh, is it a new item?
Yeah. They don't tell you what it is. My assumption for that is they don't tell you what it is because if they fuck it up, if they've told you what it is, they can't change it. But if they fuck it up and they haven't told you what it is, they can silently change it and then release it later. Right? Which makes sense. But it's frustrating when you engage with new content to not know what you're actually engaging with. Like, what am I getting myself into when I come here?
At that point,
How do I set my expectation?
I would just pick the form and be like, this is the drop rate, and then if people are like, this is shit, and like, okay, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no, I've seen how the community reacts to them nerfing / buffing drop rates, and holy shit.
Oh, so
They do not want to be going through that every time they add an item to the game.
No, might be. Okay, you guys are too...
Yeah, Jagex aren't allowed to do my bees. The community goes on a witch hunt whenever they can. You know, Reddit is kind of the main source of like community hyperbole, I guess, and vocal minorities in this game. Be grabbing 5 guys if you're on offline. Yeah, I'll probably be offline soonish. It is getting close to midnight here. But thanks for hanging out, Shoka. Should we make it safe? They don't tell us so they could just adjust it over time until it's tuned the way they want. Yeah, like if they release something and they're like, okay, we think people are gonna do like 3 Nakatra an hour, right? That's what they think that it's going to be initially. So they'll tune the drop rates around that. And then people will come up with some stupid Insano stuff and do like 5 Nakatra an hour. And then they're like, maybe we make this a little rarer than we initially did. Numbers out of my hat, by the way. Just out of the hat, by the way. Nothing actually hard referenced by those. Given that this guy logged in and was happy to just see a world with 4 people. What? Huh? Why are there so many of us here? Okay, are there just not free worlds anymore? Is that like, is it gotten to the point where there's people online in every time zone and this is just too busy? Should I just call it a night and try again tomorrow when it's only UK folk? You know what? We'll hop worlds a little bit. If we can't find a clean world. So I go to a Belgian world, huh? If we can't find one that isn't just rammed. I literally hop once and there's a world with 1 person in it who's single target ranging. I guess this is my home now. You know, something I've noticed, like a difference between old school and RS3. Old schoolers are way more willing to just, like, they come see a world's busy and they'll just hop. Sure, there's people that will crash, but like, crashing someone is a massive, like, you know, you're starting to throw hands when you crash someone in old school. Whereas over here, it just seems like they show up, they're in their clan's home world or something, and then they just join in, and it's like, now there's 4 people in one world, and there was 1 guy in this world not even touching half of the mobs. And you're just sitting there, like, it's like that guy in the like that guy we ran into in the Abyss who's like, Like, we went to the Abyss at a similar time. I got to the spot first, and then they just stood there. And just even brought their main to crash themselves to, like, try and make me hop rather than... It's like... It's just... It's so amusing. Some people... I mean, aggro potions and cannons are just farming tools in RS3, right? Even if you're not trying to grief someone, you're going to use them. So you can't really say that those are tools they're specifically using to grief, because they're just tools the game gives you to farm mobs. Also, 69 attack. Nice. I'm literally not even noticing the level ups at this point. Someone used so that they like pull them away from your spot, and then once they start attacking, they won't move anymore. And yeah, I get you. That's a specific case where Vyas are kind of jank as hell, because they're a mage mob that behaves kind of like a melee mob until they reach you, and then they behave like a mage. I don't know what's exactly up with them. I'm assuming it's something to do with the like optional aggro status or something. Oh, I see. So aggro potion overrides the natural aggro of Vyas there, huh? We're getting kind of close to 80 constitution. Well, remember what I just said? I guess this is now the second world where someone's done this, so I guess I should be more on the side of worlds are starting to get busier. Oh, he's aggro potting as well. I mean, that's cool. I get to kill stuff without taking damage. Oh my, another person? Who's praying melee? What's going on? What's going on here? We got a guy running around meleeing with a scythe using aggro potions on mage mobs. Someone praying melee. Oh my god, I'm out of here. You guys have fun. I'm out of here. That's a classic world. I definitely don't want that. I hate that the only German world down here is a classic world, because I always end up clicking it. Because I'm like, oh, German world. Okay, what do we got? A completely empty world. Why is every time I hop, it's just like, oh my god. Every time I hop, it's just like, boom, empty world. And then just like the world I'm on for a bit just suddenly gets packed. Notice that at the Abyss? Yeah. I mean, if you're just willing to hop worlds, the game's so much easier. I mean, I still laughed at the guy crashing himself with his own main. That was chef's kiss to me. Like he crashed himself, and in doing so, increased my XP per hour because because his Tubican's light wasn't killing everything instantly. It was oh god, that was hilarious. I needed that on that day, so I'm always gonna have fond memories of it, even though it's, you know, was kind of a dick thing that he did. He made it funny. Maybe I stopped checking my KC and depressing myself. 2147. 2147. And we're like 20 minutes from 70 attack. When I hit 70 attack, by the way, that is probably me calling it for the night. I have a love. What? Thank you. I think I don't know how to respond to that because I hate my own voice. I absolutely hate it, and listening to myself when I'm editing my videos drives me insane. So I guess it makes me smile knowing that other people can enjoy it. You should charge to FaceTime people and read them stories to go to bed. I don't go to bed early. I don't stop stream early enough to do that. Need to either make this. Make the sanguine matter stackable or notable. Yeah, making it stackable would be nice. I mean, I don't really need to be banking it, if I'm being honest. Like, I've upgraded the sword, and I don't know about upgrading the other stuff. But it's one of those things of, I'm assuming it's going to be used in later upgrades, like as we progress more through Havenhive. So I'd rather just have a stack of it in the bank to be ready for that. And if I don't end up using it, then I just delete it later. A pristine Pavasaurus Rex egg drop at 3704. Pavasaurus Rex is Raphis? I'm gonna guess. Blue one, damn. Fentrican. Yeah, if my voice has gone low, it's because I'm getting tired. Although, don't ever. I mean, Gig's gonna hear me say this because she's in within earshot when I stream. But don't ever say I have dulcet tones, because unfortunately for Gig, when I speak to her, my voice goes up a few octaves. So she never gets my like low voice. She always gets my high, like, you know, speaking. Yep, she heard it. She heard me. You were proposing to J-Mods that we make a new weapon poison style potion with Haven Silver by turning bars to dust, combining with sanguine matter and the new herbs. It applies the effect of the weapons to your weapons and spells. So turn it into a weapon poison ingredient, basically. that allows you to... I mean, that's definitely a later in Havenhive kind of... what's it called? That's like a later in Havenhive kind of upgrade. But I think the whole idea is that, like, at least my working theory is that the Sanguine, like, none of the weapons we have, not even the Sun Spear can touch the Sanguine, right? Is the idea we've been told. And the only thing that can is this, like, very rare special silver that was almost thought to be lost to time in Havenhive. Which begs the question, if it was, like, intentionally targeted, why you would target it at the place that has the tool to kill it. But my thought process is that this isn't, like, a natural phenomenon going on, or, like, some kind of, like, god spirit, or some kind of... Like, I think this is, like... I think the vampires did this. And I think that the Sanguine is potentially going to be, like, some kind of attempt by them to augment their blood. Such that weapons like the Sun Spear... Like, the Sun Spear is a legendary weapon from back in the God Wars days when Efetieri fought with House Drakan, right? So the vampires are going to know about that kind of stuff and how dangerous it is to them. And do you remember just how... If you've done the vampire quest in RS3, you'll probably be able to remember just how, like, terrified the House Drakan vampires were of, you know, finding out that we had found weapons that could hurt them. And obviously that culminates in the Sun Spear that ends up taking down Drakan, which you then reforge and use to take down a weird. Spoilers, sorry. But surely, like, Drakan's defeat is gonna have been noticed by other vampiric houses, right? And they're gonna hear that rumors of the Sun Spear having returned. So if any vampire's gonna try and do anything to Gillenor, they're gonna try and find a way to not, you know, not just suffer the same fate as Drakan and get absolutely bodied by a random hero with a Sun Spear. And behold, we have a Blood Plague style thing that kind of has an attitude towards Anya. And really, like, commented on her seeming to be, like, a discarded or, like, abandoned child of her house or something. And it's resistant to everything but literally, like, the purest ancient silver. So it feels like this is a what's that stuff called? The blood alchemy. It's alchemy or something? Hamalky? I don't remember exactly what the syllables are in it, but you get the idea. It seems like some kind of blood science thing to potentially create, like, a super vampire, or, you know, super Vyres. Things that are able to resist typical tools that we would use to defeat the vampires, like the Sun Spear. Because that was always kind of the problem, right? The player character had a weapon, like an almost legendary weapon. Obviously, it's a tier 75 instead of a tier 95. It's not a legendary weapon in the gameplay sense, but lore-wise, it's like a legendary weapon used to fight off House Drakan during the God Wars. So if the player character has that and vampires show up, they're no longer a terrifying force. It's just another day at the office. So that's my working theory. We have a blood plague showing up that causes creatures to go. Ah, Vampyrism gloves, thank you. Thank you for not being the seed. Oh, what's the Casey? The Casey was 2213. Well, 2212. And we finally get them. So let's see how much we actually start healing. Like, do I now need food at these guys? Almost certainly. These guys hit hard without prayer. I don't know why I'm still hitting them. I don't need anything more. I don't care about the pet yet. I might care about the pet in the future if I go for Ultimate Slayer. But we are free, boys. Look at those. 2200 kills there is about 30 levels. It took me from 40 to 70 nearly. You weren't even hyped, you must be tired. Has the like low droning voice for a story time, not giving it away. So how much of that materia did we 63? I felt like I banked more than that. I guess there was just enough other random stackable drops to make it so I wasn't banking too much per inventory. But whatever we need for the rest of the quests, hopefully we've got some at least for the second wave. Okay, should we do a quick herb run? We start this at the Haven Hive patch now. Ugh. So someone said you can go through. Oh, you can use the stairs to just boop over. I forgot this is a little bridge. I don't know how much quicker that is, given how unsurgeable the path is. But at least we can now pop a farming juju potion and do a quick herb run. Are you going to Runefest? I mean, I'll need to get a ticket. So if I get a ticket, yes. If not, no. You'd love to buy me a glass of water. I guess I sound like I need it, huh? Where are we going next? RD, Catherby. I need to keep these in the same order, so I remember to always do them in the same order. And that way I won't end up randomly forgetting herb patches by going off kilter. Hey look, another colored sheep. I have 3 of the seasonal sheep now. Blue, yellow, and red. So I think the last one's green. Mod Light working on the Wenderwick teleport toggle was a reward to WizKid. Oh, was a reward to WizKid? Honestly, I thought that was going to be like an achievement diary thing, and I was down to wait until we got the achievement diaries. I guess people complained about the not being able to teleport to the herb patch thing, which, I mean, yeah, fair. I honestly thought that it was going to be a diary reward. I wasn't expecting WizKid to give it. I guess it kind of makes that quest a little more rewarding, which is cool. But that quest was already like fun, minus me making a complete and utter mess of it. That was probably amusing for you guys. Oh, you're using the Amulet of Nature to get to that patch. Fair enough. Yeah, I'm gonna be running to that patch until there is actually a teleport to there, because I'm gonna be using my Amulet of Nature to go to the Trollheim patch. At least until I get the Lunar teleport. They need to rework achievement diaries to have fresh passives and such, and master and GM tiers. Oh, okay. I thought I initially, like, my first pass over that, I read that as GM timers, and I was like, Jesus Christ. stick GM timers on what's it called? on achievement diaries and watch the compers riot. But no, maybe. I guess master, like, if they released a master tier of achievement diaries, it would basically be for, like, doing 100 plus stuff in skills, because elites already go up to, like, 96 and 5, and yeah, you're being desperate. Wait, good night, people. Good night, Harrowby. Thank you for hanging out and sticking out the drop. I hope you have a wonderful night, dude. Master be 100 to 110. You think elite 110 to... Wait, did you get it? Yeah, we got the gloves. I was basically saying if I was gonna get 70 attack, I'd call it a night. And we got the gloves with 33k to go. So we can test them out tomorrow. You think you'd want to hang out sometime? Don't take this the wrong way. I'm sure you're a very nice guy, but I have no idea who you are. So saying yes to something like that would be incredibly irresponsible of me. There's literally only 2 people I've met from RuneScape so far. I was supposed to meet Dark, but that ended up not happening. But the only people I've met in person are Rax and Chev. I've also just not been to RuneFest, so that's why the list is quite short. Wait, I did this patch. So I've done all of them. I've missed one. I feel like I've missed one because I have less seeds than I did. I have less herbs, sorry, than I did. I started at... Did I start at 44 seeds or 46? I've definitely done all of the teleports. I've done Cafferby and I've done Ardy, right? And I started in Wendelwick. Oh, my scroll of life has saved me seeds. Okay, my scroll of life has saved me 2 seeds. So I went from 48 down to 20, or 44 down to 28, and then up to... Okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I'm awake. No, I'm not. I'm going to bed. No, I'm not awake. I'm so good to bed. Let's send a raid. 53 people are still hanging out watching me having killed those guys for an entire evening. I can't help but smile. And I also can't help myself but raid Beej, right? Beej deserves all the love. Plus, I'm building up like the biggest IOU ever from him at this rate. Anyway, thanks all for hanging out tonight. I appreciate the company and the support as always. And live tomorrow. I mean, I don't have any other plans. So yeah, tomorrow we'll probably slap on the gloves, test them out, do some Slayer. I have no reason to do Abyss trading for melee anymore, so I guess I didn't need the Dragon Halberd after all that. But yeah, I'm gonna work on getting the Slayer level requirement for River of Blood. We're almost done with the wood cutting requirement. I'll probably burn some logs off stream at some point for the fire making requirement. Fletching is just broad arrows. That's kind of boring. Otherwise, construction, again, is just kind of building 4, isn't it? Yeah, there's a lot of AFK skilling to be done. But I'll get that done off camera. And on camera, we'll be doing the Slayer. So that'll be getting all the 78s, and also then working on the Herblore stuff, which is going to be a lot of questing and a lot of like random little bits here and there that I've got that should add up to quite a bit of XP, hopefully. Anyway, I'm rambling through the raid timer, so give Beej some pog dogs. You have them as followers.